We should be live now, right? Okay. Let's get on with everything. Let's get on. Right. Weird early time, but this stuff's gonna happen later. I'm like, you know what? I might as well do this shit now and figure out all this stuff later. We get short thing now, and then we have the other thing happening in a bit. Where'd I put that thing? Oh, here. Yep. Let me just get everything set up here. Give me a moment. There we go. Alright, let's get the background music playing. Hopefully that's fine. What else? Is my stream deck logged in? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Good. Alright. Oh yeah, what do we have for dailies? Let's get that done. We'll get all this stuff done here so I don't have to look at it later. Alright. Hi, Kumaki. Wait, we're just gonna do a quick short thing right now. I believe also in like an hour or so, there's gonna be a Snowbreak stream. We can react to that one. Alright, I just woke up. And then, like, this is gonna be a short one now, because tonight, Endfield tonight. Right, I already installed it last night, the beta for Endfield. So, we can go build the factory later. Yeah, we have that tonight. But not now. That's in like, what, 14 hours or something? 16 hours, my bad. But yeah, we'll get all the other shit done now, so we don't have to worry about it later. We can do all that stuff tonight. Right. That is the plan anyways. Get all the other stuff done now. Rift drones, aberrants, armor guards. All my alt has. Same shit. Okay, cool. Alright, part of also why I didn't stream last night. It's like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll just do double today. One early and then we end it and then we come back later tonight. Get all this stuff done here first. Alright, might as well. Go up here. Oh shit, I screwed that up. I didn't take the jetpack up first. Gotta work myself back. Hi Tara. Welcome. Alright. Let's get back there. Alright. Hi there, Arter. Yeah, I'm fine. I just woke up. We're doing this stuff here now, so I don't have to do it later tonight. And then when we start later tonight, we can just go straight into it. Because we will be playing the Arknight's Endfield beta tonight. Just use Nanian Portal. You just find a gap, put a Nanian Portal and teleport to it. Alright. Let's see. Alright, let me warp my ult to it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry about that. Alright, do we need to kill anything else here? Rift drones, armor guards, what the fuck? Where am I getting the armor guards? Okay, my main only needs rift drones on my ult. Oh, it just needs mechs in the network. Out of bounds daily is the best way to do it, man. Alright, my ults dailies are done. Just did it here out of bounds. Best place for it. Alright, I'm gonna port my ult back to the AFK spot. Alright, let's go get rift drones. Doing them out of bounds is so nice. Just teleport to the thingy. Alright. I'm gonna double check something. Interesting. Okay. I was just double checking something. There's just someone AFK here. Level 96. What are they up to? No Titan gear. All I know is they logged in like one time during the anniversary and they didn't do shit. That was back in August though. Because they have that title. Hi Brandon. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we'll kill the rift drone here. Alright, that's done. Cool, main daily's done. Okay, we'll go... Let's go check the Joltville market. Is there anything I can grab? Do they have anything I can grab there? Let's see. Let's see. And that answer is... Nope, that price went up. But fuck, I should have bought it yesterday, the Vitality Solution. I'll just grab it now. I need more of the Dominium, but like... too lazy to like do the thingy. The whatever it's called. I don't have any pets to sell, right? Yeah, I haven't been doing that. The actual beast capturing and shit thing in a while. What are people talking about in world chat here? Tower of fashion. Yeah, cosmetic stuff. Imagine not getting playing Tower of Fashion. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I probably should get the thingy in where? Where is it? Where's Joy Square? You know, I should have been doing this like every week and just using my my copper balloons to just buy the thingy. Oh, well, what's it called? Alright, because these are here. I should have been buying this stuff every week. Because it's like I have so much of this mirror that I don't use. And like, I'm going to need a lot of these augment boxes. I should have been buying that stuff every week. And why not grab those? Alright, might as well. Alright, cool. Let me summon myself back. Alright, because I have like a lot of copper balloons anyways. I should just like go and buy this stuff there every week. It's just that I keep forgetting about it. And then it's like, now alright, next week I'm going to need a fuck ton of those materials. I should have been buying them every week. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't think this is gonna be enough. These, augment boxes. Okay. Let me take that. Alright, let me just quickly do a join up. Let me move to the next thing. Okay. Alright, let's load on in. This thing is almost dead. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Nothing's there. Trying to get the other thing here. Hi Byaku. Welcome, welcome. Just finishing up here. This part's gonna be short. Hi Kusanagi. Alright, this stream right now is gonna be short because tonight. Yeah, I know. I'm just doing all my other shit now. Because tonight we're gonna have Enfield. We have Enfield later tonight. Alright, I already have the beta installed. You know what's funny though? Let's see if I can pull it up. When I installed it last night, let me see. Can I get my browser open? Let me see if we can find it. We can do a React, I guess. There's that thing. But we go Arknight's Enfield. I already gave them feedback. Because guess what? This is what the main game login thing looks like when you open it up. And there's something that should be here that's not here. I already had to give them feedback immediately because there's something not here that should be here. Something very, very useful and important. And they do not have it. Right, that's a log out button, that's a close game button. I can change the voice language and text language, sure. Account center, repair, customer support, news. But there's something else that's not here. And instead, the game is just open in full screen. No, you just click the thing. Yeah, no settings. I'm like, where the fuck is the settings button? Where am my settings button? Where is that? It's 2025. And I'm like, every time. Can't change game settings before login. People are like upvoting that. Like immediately. This is like actual thing here. People are upvoting this one. What is this? This one is not in English. I don't know what the hell this says. But okay. But yeah, we have people already talking about this stuff in there. Yeah, 720p. No, it's 900p. Oh, not 900. (16:10) instead. Reinx. 47, yes, it can. But yes, it can. Need to use desktop mode to Steam game with Photon. You need to use desktop mode to add it. People still don't realize, yeah, you can add non-Steam games and play them on the Steam Deck. You fucked up bringing office keys home later to the office? Oh, damn. Hey, at least you'll be returning your office keys. Alright, hi Woven Horror Man, but 30 FPS optimized game? You know, we got worse than that, man. Well, what's next? What's next? Nintendo release Pokemon Legends ZA later this year, and it's gonna be at like 20 FPS like they did with Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom not even 30 FPS. It don't even hit 30, it runs at like 20 FPS. Surely optimized game. But yeah, I already made like the suggestion thing here. Hopefully they actually add a settings page there in the future. Yeah, I figured. If you play retro games, works best with Linux with Proton. Okay. Alright, we'll go look at the React stuff later. That aside though, was there anything else I needed to do here? No, it's not that. It's more like... it's probably just a fake email, unless it's like a login thing. It's probably fake. Because they don't normally send emails. Like, that's just not normal from them. So it's like, oh yeah, if something comes from there that's like not what they normally do, maybe there's something wrong. Right? Maybe there's something wrong. Because they don't normally send around emails and everything. So I would just think, wait, why are they sending an email? Is there something wrong? And it's probably why. If you violated their terms of service, yeah, I don't do that. Yeah, that is not something I have to worry about. Right? That is not the type of stuff I would put there, so like, yeah. But yeah. Do we need anything else here? I don't need to wait that thing out. Okay, we can keep this closed. Alright, let's go let me just quickly do Nikki dailies. Alright, we'll quickly do Nikki dailies. And then, oh damn, Infinity Nikki's now at like 370 views. Ah, I forgot to remove the TOF test caption. Forgot to remove that caption, it's just been there. I'm not actually involved, man, we're just reacting to it. We ain't involved with shit. Yeah, but like, dailies don't take long. I'll have to set up my macro to AFK farm blings again later though. I've been doing the AFK bling farming macro. Oh, what the hell is this? Someone took a picture here? That exact spot, what the fuck? Realm of Eureka, 2x rewards, sure. I take those. What's the rest of the dailies? Craft 1 piece of clothing, or 5 types of plants, or get 3 insects. What else do we have? What's the event thing then? At arena, where's that? Sure, you know, we'll go over there then. Bibcoon's Cool Club, that should be around here somewhere. Yeah, it's like, I just put on a macro for like 4 hours. I have it just farm a minigame AFK passively for like 4 hours. And then I come back to getting bling cap. Right, that way I don't have to worry about blings. Cause like, there is a daily bling cap. But like, a lot of this stuff just costs so much blings, you know. Obviously nicer to just not have to go grab the blings yourself. Because like, crafting stuff and then upgrading stuff here, it eats up all my blings. And I do want to max out like these outfits with upgrades. I need to finish the other miracle outfit too. Where is that thing? Bibcoon Chuckle Club, where is that one? Is that here? I don't have exactly anything that's like red. That's wait, there's a thing to take a photo of here. What? Sure. The Chuckle Club stage upload. I probably should have like done all those things originally. What are we looking for here? Oh, here. At arena. Alright, we need to take a photo of her. The Sovereign of Cool. And this event is now done. Right. That's dealt with. Has already finished all those things here. That one's been done for a week. Fuck, are we just getting like a bunch of shit next week? Well, like next week we have what? Was it Monday or Tuesday? We have 4.6 for ToF. Right. And then it's what? Snowbreak patch? And then Infinity Nikki patch. All of them are next week. We got literally everything updating next week. I don't know. There's like so many different things in here. Maybe I didn't craft it. Maybe I have something I didn't craft. It's just that some of the stuff too expensive to craft right now. And I have a lot of just random pieces here. Yeah, and then Chinese New Year as well. Yeah, that's next. That's Chinese New Year is at the end of the month, though, right? That's on the 29th. That's in 2 weeks. Well, 13 days. Right, that's in like 13 days or something, right? Right, that's in like 13 days. So, yeah, there's that. Wonder what they'll do for like the next patch then. Oh yeah, I technically have to go grab stuff to finish that other daily. Alright, there we go. Those dailies done. But like, yeah, I already have Mirror Crown done as well. Right, easy. All 8 rounds of Mirror Crown. Like, at least they didn't ask for the... Not this one. This entire outfit yet. At least they didn't ask people to have the full, Silver Gale's Aria outfit yet. With Mirror Crown upgraded. But of course... Wait, where is it? I am gonna slowly work on maxing it out. Where is it? This will obviously take a while. Because, I need a lot of bubbles. I need a lot of bubbles, and I want to finish this thing first. I want to finish this one first, then I need to get the bubbles for the other one. Yeah, 2 weeks after Valentine's. Yeah. Right, and then... Wait, is Family Day on the Monday after that? Interesting. Oh, Valentine's is on a Friday this year. Interesting. But okay. Alright, we have that on a Friday this year. But yeah, like, I just AFK farmed the, blings over here. And you know, I never played that game, Tara. I never played that game. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to. Especially after I played the first third of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, because I played the entire thing of that first Final Fantasy VII Remake thingy. I don't really want to touch anything from them again. I just don't. Alright, I put the thing here. I can set up the macro again later in the thing. I guess we go wait in Snowbreak for now. We'll open up Snowbreak. Yeah, and I don't feel like touching the thing there. Alright, let's load in. Do, 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 do. Oh, let's load on in. Load, load, load. Yeah, 4 events back to back where the game can make heavy spenders drop bags. Yep, pretty much. Right. You got Christmas, New Year, Chinese New Year, and then Valentine's. And they're like so close together too. There's a random survey here, what the fuck? I never like filled these out. What's this? What's Gilded Blaze? Oh wait, that's the weapon, right? I don't think I have any of those outfits. I don't have these weapon skins either. Oh, look, they're asking if they want to see logistics, the logistics NPC pictures that you see on the cards to become playable. That's interesting. They're asking if people want to see those. And they're asking for the things. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe we'll fill that out at some point. We got hero games. I got 3 entries there. And then technically, I haven't finished that one, so we'll do that. Surely we'll have people match at like 6 in the morning. Surely game not dead. Yeah, that's built into the game. I don't know what the hell they're using for the forum. It's just a button built into the game. Right, it's just built in. Surely. We got someone. We got one thing over here. Just need one more. No one online. Yeah, so like the thing is, right? The only time I ever played an MMO for like a super extended period of time was back when I played WoW. And like the way WoW was before I quit WoW because of how Legion treated things. Like no, you didn't even have to log in daily or whatever. You kind of just played it and did all the stuff and moved on. Right, and it was great. Like, there were daily quests and stuff, sure, but like, you could pretty much completely ignore those. Unless you wanted some special cosmetic or something behind them. But then you only like did it for like 2-3 weeks, and then you moved on. If that was the case. But that was only if you really wanted something there. And if not, then you just didn't do anything. But like, yeah. Surely we'll get something here. Alright, we need one more person. Come on. One more. Surely we'll get someone. There we go. We got him. We got the slot filled. We got the slot filled. And then in 15 minutes, we go look at the live stream thing. Alright, we'll just get in the thing and shoot them. Alright, I'll see you around then, Tira. Oh, there's something up there. Fuck, I can't shoot directly up. Have to make sure it's like on an angle. Wait, the fuck is this guy's name? No shot. They just named themselves that. That is quite the name. That is indeed quite the name. Out of all the names to be using, they name themselves that. Oh yeah, I should probably put that here. I'll leave that there. Continue shooting from the spot over here. Alright, boss should be here now.
Huh? これじゃ全然足りないぞ。
There we go, it's dead. Easy.
今回はちゃんと言うこと聞いたぞ。
Well, I gave my contribution. Alright. It's still not enough to hit 20. God damn it. Just stuck at 960 out of the thing. I thought it would be enough. Guess not. Well, at least all that is cleared. Oh, oops, wrong button. Alright, neural sim. That's dealt with. We can do that later, maybe. I could do this later. Alright, now we just wait for the, their stream thing, right? Should be on their official channel or something. Let me find a link to it. Give me a moment. It's supposed to be today. Let me check. Because it said it's Thursday, January 16th at 7 a.m. my time. I guess they did not have it, like, scheduled. It'll just happen. I guess they have not set stuff on YouTube before. Because, like, we go on the Discord. What the hell is this? Oh, let me see if we can find it. Wait, where do I... Oh wait, no, Snowbreak's right here. Because, like, they're supposed to have it here somewhere. Yeah, broadcast time. Oh, here. Nope. They just don't have an actual link thing set up. Interesting. They've not done that stuff before. So they don't know how to, like, actually just schedule a thing. Interesting. So we just wait. Alright, did you guys send me anything? What is this?
Nintendo is destroying the gaming.
Alright, that's in a few minutes. There was also, like, another video I saw in my recommendation feed yesterday. I'll probably look at it after. Let me see if I can find the link. We can look at it after. But there was this thing too. I just had the tab like saved open there. We can look at that later. We have this thing we'll look at if that was sent. Other than that, we just wait then, right? Had those tabs open. Right, we just stuck waiting for the Snowbreak thing then. Alright. Yeah, I'll go click that, whatever. Although I get all, like, I just check this stuff whenever they post in the Discord. That should be soon. Alright, we just gotta wait 4 minutes. 4 minutes and then it should be the thing. If I'm not mistaken. Right, because it should even be in the news thing. Right, UTC, what time is it UTC? Oh wait, no, not that UTC. UTC plus 8. Oh yeah, at 8 hours. It's in 4 minutes. Right, UTC plus 8 is the thing. Right, you just add 8 hours to that. Time is UTC plus 8. That's in 4 minutes. Right, we just wait. This is the time UTC plus 8. Obviously this time zone. Right, we wait 3 minutes now. And then it should be here. Because that's what they say it is. Snowbreak stream thing. Not sure why they didn't just have like the thing scheduled or whatever. Or prepped ahead of time. Not sure why they don't do that. They're doom posting HSR story for being a Yap Fest. Storytelling ass, meanwhile, yeah. I mean, the storytelling on all these gachas are shit. Let's be real. Like, they're not wrong, it's probably ass. Because they like to, like, the way a lot of these things get worded. Like, let's be real. But, like, you know. They might even be worse with how they localize them into English in some of them. Because, like, yeah. They're fighting over, like, what, which one is worse? They're having Civil War, they're fictional characters now in the story. Of course they are. I mean, I just look at them and I'm like, yeah, the story in all of these gachas are shit. Let's be real. Like, let's be real. They're all pretty bad. Especially with how, like, they like to just go out of the way to, like, excessively, like, drag things out and fill them with bloated dialogue and text that really have no business to be as bloated as they are. But that's just how it is, you know? That's just how things are. That's just how things are. Oh shit, Dr. Stone Season 4 already airing. Cool, that's something I'll have to look back later. Alright, there's already like a Dr. Stone thing airing. Surely they're starting soon, right? It should be 30 seconds, unless they delay it. I don't know. They haven't like set up proper stuff. They can schedule streams. Who's this guy? He's lady for the stream too. He got lots of people that watch him for Snowbreak. I see. Or other things. See Braun Dust and the other thing. Okay. Damn, he actually gets that many views on his live streams for those ones. That's something. Okay. You know, we're just waiting. We be waiting. Surely they have it now. What? They're already like a minute late. They didn't go live yet. Raise for 2.5. So surely they have something and they're doing it in English. They're live on Billy now. Yeah, where's YouTube? Oh, here we go. They should have probably like set up. Now it's in 13 minutes. What the fuck? Now it's in 13 minutes. Now they post it, but now not yet. Well then. Well then. We wait for that. I guess we'll go look at a different thing first. We'll go look at this first.
Industry. No, that's not an exaggeration. And it's all because of a single lawsuit that has the potential to change gaming forever.
Okay.
That's right. With their latest lawsuit against Pocket Pair, the developers of Palworld, they're not going after just one developer. They're threatening the future of gaming as we know it.
Yep.
Now, before we go any further, I need to be upfront about something. I have made a lot of videos about Palworld, and I am a huge fan of the game. I mean, my channel is literally called DC Palworld. And while that wasn't always the name of my channel, more on that later, it shows just how much this game means to me. But my love for Palworld didn't come from nowhere. It's tied to something deeper. Like I'm sure many of you did, I grew up with Pokemon.
Yeah.
Pokemon Blue on the Game Boy, absolute magic. Pokemon Coliseum and Gale of Darkness, some of my favorite gaming memories ever. But over the years, Pokemon started to feel stagnant. Nintendo got complacent, the games stopped evolving, and honestly, they became a disappointment for me. So when I found Palworld, it reignited the same excitement I used to feel as a kid playing Pokemon. And that's why this lawsuit feels almost personal. It's like watching a company I once loved try to crush something that represents everything I wanted Pokemon to be. Though, I know not everyone feels this way. To any die-hard Nintendo fans who may be watching, I get it. Pokemon is a beloved franchise, and it's natural to feel protective of something that's meant so much to you. But consider this. What has Nintendo really done for you beyond making those games? Have they supported you in preserving classic titles through emulation?
No.
Have they encouraged community-driven events and tournaments? Have they treated content creators, fans, just like you, with respect? Time and time again, Nintendo has shown they're not here to prioritize you, the player. They're here to protect their bottom line. And in this case, it's not just about protecting Pokemon. It's about using their power to threaten creativity and competition in gaming. Is that really something worth defending? So what's actually happening here? Well, it's important to clarify that this isn't a copyright lawsuit. It's a patent lawsuit. That means Nintendo isn't arguing that Palworld's pals look too much like Pokemon or that the game's aesthetic borrows too heavily from their brand. Instead, they've filed a lawsuit accusing Palworld of infringing on several gameplay mechanics that they claim as their own. The patents are as follows. Patent 7455191. This patent covers the mechanics of catching creatures, specifically focusing on the process of throwing a capture item, like a Pokeball, at a creature and how the interaction works within the game. Patent 7493117. This one is centered on the mechanics of aiming and throwing a capture item at a target. Success is determined by the target's health and the player's actions, with indicators showing the likelihood of capture. A captured creature can then be used in combat. Patent 7528390. This patent covers the ability for players to control and ride different types of creatures, including airborne, land, and water mounts. Okay, so personally, I think this is ridiculous, but legally speaking, they're well within their rights to do this, and that's the problem. Companies shouldn't be allowed to patent game mechanics whenever they want to. And sure, Pokemon may have some claim to the idea of capturing creatures in an object and battling with them. It's their signature mechanic after all. But when you take a step back and look at the bigger picture, it really starts to feel absurd. Take the patent about riding creatures, for example. You mean to tell me that Nintendo thinks that they can claim ownership over something as fundamental as riding mounts? Games have been doing this for decades. Skyrim, World of Warcraft. There's an endless number of examples to choose from.
There's also pet capture mechanics in World of
trying
Warcraft.
To argue that Palworld violated their innovation by letting you ride a creature in a virtual world. Well, let's be honest for a second. This lawsuit isn't just about the patents. They aren't going after Palworld just because of a few shared mechanics or gameplay similarities. It's a calculated move to shut down a competitor that got too big for good old daddy Nintendo. The thing is,
send me links to what you want me to look at then.
It's a fresh take on the monster catching genre.
I don't normally dig through this stuff from there.
Offering mechanics and features that Pokemon has never dared explore. Palworld dared to fill a void that Pokemon hasn't addressed in years. And instead of stepping up their game, Nintendo's choosing to play courtroom politics. This isn't just protecting intellectual property, it's about maintaining dominance. So why does this matter? Well, it's because
that sounds like pure pain to watch.
This lawsuit isn't just
that
about
sounds
Palworld.
like pure pain.
It's about what happens when massive corporations like Nintendo start claiming ownership over the fundamental building blocks of gaming. I mean, imagine if every basic gameplay mechanic was patented. Jumping on platforms? That's Mario. Swinging a sword? That's Zelda. Where does it end? It's an incredibly dangerous precedent for the gaming industry. Imagine a world where basic mechanics like riding mounts or capturing creatures are locked behind patents. Indie developers, the ones that drive gaming innovation, would be crushed. These creators can't afford endless legal battles, yet they're the ones that take risks to keep gaming exciting. Take Stardew Valley, for example. It didn't invent farming sims, but it reinvented them with heart and creativity, offering something uniquely its own. Or Hollow Knight, which transforms side-scrolling combat into a gorgeous blend of art and storytelling. Neither game was afraid to build on existing ideas, but would they even exist in a world where innovation means risking everything? That's the kind of future we're looking at if lawsuits like this keep happening. A future where innovation is crushed under legal threats. A future where developers are too scared to create something new. And a future where gaming becomes nothing more than a soulless cycle of rehashed ideas, controlled by corporations with no interest in pushing boundaries. You see, gaming thrives on creativity, on people taking risks, especially indie devs who aren't tied down by massive budgets or corporate expectations. That's what Palworld represents. It's not just another Pokemon clone, it's doing something new with the monster catching genre, exploring ideas that Nintendo hasn't even touched. But instead of stepping up to compete, Nintendo's trying to shut it down. And what's especially frustrating about this is that it's not the first time we've seen this kind of corporate overreach.
Nintendo likes to just shut everything down that way.
Or even gaming, there are so many examples of artistic innovation being smothered by legal nonsense. And who ends up paying the price? We do, the players. When has a patent like this ever benefited the consumer?
Never.
Never.
They
Patents
don't.
like these don't help developers innovate, and they certainly don't help players enjoy better games. All they do is give corporations more control, stifling creativity and competition in the process. Look, let me give you a real example of why this would be a problem. Let's assume this all becomes the norm. Companies like Nintendo could patent game mechanics whenever they want, and face no consequences for doing so. What current game would be heavily impacted by this? Ooh, I know. How about Marvel Rivals? One of the most popular games out right now. Let's be honest. While Marvel Rivals has very different characters, lore, and design choices, there's just no way it could even exist in the same ecosystem as Overwatch. Despite the creative and visual differences, at its core, it's still just another hero shooter. So if Blizzard wanted to, they could just patent the mechanics, lock it all down, and bam, no more Marvel Rivals. It's ridiculous, man. It should honestly be illegal. No matter how you look at it.
It started already? What do you mean? Not yet. It's in a minute. Right? Oh wait, no. Alright, wait. Alright, we go here.
直播快要开始啦，都做好了吗？
There we go. Alright, let's look at the Snowbreak thing. We're about 30 seconds behind or something. Or what? They started earlier than I thought, because I thought it said 15 minutes. They changed the time, what the fuck? Oh, that's fine, we don't have to deal with the lag then. Hey, why do they have them all like lined up? They're really showing off their legs, man. Alright, it's all just their legs. Alright. The New Year broadcast, yeah, because Chinese New Year's next week.
课值千金，分析员花烛一点上。盖头还没接。桑拿蒸的人轻飘飘的。
They have the sensor
但我
cloud.
没忘。
They did not
分析员
censor
还
it,
欠我
man.
一
They
杯
got
奖。
the sensor clouds. Oh boy. Rip, they have the sensor
喝
clouds,
酒
man.
前还得有些必备礼。等等，我有要紧事要说。我也有重要的事。我先。
Rip, guys. Sensor clouds.
大家好，欢迎来到世界树特别节目新春版。
我是制作人聪聪。
大家好，我是牛肉。
我是发行负责人兼今晚的主持人木木。不知不觉中呢，我们又迎来了
Alright, there you go.
的新春庆典。
They translated the CN thing in English then, I guess.
非常熟悉的开场，
这可是直播的底层逻辑之一。
说的没错，不过虽然距离正式过年还有一段时间，那借着直播，我们在这里提前恭祝分析员
身体健康，万事如意，春节
好的
快乐。
本次直播中，我们会介绍即将上线的新春版本新故事、角色以及各种
They're just talking about the
当然
features
也
of
少不了大家喜
whatever.
闻乐见的福利哦。
Alright.
在进入正式
New
直播的
story, new
环节之
operatives,
前
new
呢，我们先看一
outfits,
下这个版
future
本的
plans. Future plans is the interesting one. Let's see what the future is. The other stuff is not as whatever, not important.
分析员，这里
Why is the bitrate so low?
万望小心。分析员，我害怕。居然敢吓唬我！
Okay. These the new characters? Yeah, new characters. Can roll into a ball, okay. Just ram into them with a ball.
蝼蚁宵小，轻轻送。
Alright. PLSMG, okay.
原来是这样。五行生克，平柔之剑，润下去。
Wait, are we gonna get one free character, right? We're gonna get one free, then one new one in Gacha, right?
上阵下砍，雷水治治。
Should be a double character patch. That's my guess, double character.
一阴生气。分析员，空间在变小。我知道了，用一倍。我在努力。分析员，我撑不住了。分析员，握一下。吉时已到。
Right, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be double character patch. Yeah, Chen and another Chen thing. She gets a bow and arrow, okay. It's just so weird, it's like they got guns, but then you're putting bow and arrow here. Of all things. For sure. Is that new weapon type for her? Just a bow and arrow?
心爱的分析员埋葬在一起。
I'm gonna guess Yao SMC is gonna be free
是
then.
在这里，每人分到20的时间，
These
别
clouds,
浪费我们时间。
these clouds, man, they ruin it.
这房间还挺大，趁晨星没回来。
Oh, is this interactive scene thing?
分析员今晚想跟你在一起。哦，分析员。
They probably would have been fine without the censor bar. Just submit the correct rating on YouTube.
分析员，看我看我，郎君，可恶，晨星怎么这么早回来？
Oh, Fanny outfit there.
郎君，今晚是属于你和我的夜晚。
Yeah, they definitely did not need the freaking bars, or not bars, the clouds.
今后的每朝每夕，我都希望有你。别动，打切，女的留下，男的跟我走。
那如 PV 中所示，分析
You
员
know,
在新版本中将前往非
the
常具
cloudy
有国风
bars
特色的
just
朔
make
州
it
与即将到来的
worse.
春节也是非常的应景啊。
Because it's
是
like it
的，在
implies
回
that
击
they're
篮球的主线
completely
剧情
not
最后，
covered.
五补终于醒了过来，随之一同苏
That
醒的
they're just
还有那份记
completely
录他重要
exposed there
发现的数据文
instead.
件。文件中揭露了一个位于朔州的秘密地点，一座神秘的2层庭院宅邸。这个宅子可不一般，它巧妙地运用了风水堪舆之术，隐藏了自己的位置，让外人难以寻觅。不仅如此，宅子内部还布满了精心设计
Alright,
的
they're
机
just
关。
talking about
这
the
复杂
design
的
of the
宅子
map,
中
I
到底隐
guess.
藏着什么不可告人的秘密呢？需要大家在新的主线中探索和发现了。
说到新主线剧情，那在前续的故事中呢，分析员与哈姆达尔部队已经深入体验了发生在北廷卫地区的一系列事件，在这些事件背后都隐藏着同一个始作俑者——前董事蛇塔。与大家已经战胜过的那些敌人不同，这一次呢，对方的手段更加的刁钻，心思设计也更加的缜密，而这也正好给了分析员大展身手的空间。
没错，在对应成双的舞台上，分析员与获得了新力量的陈星和瑶等海姆达尔小队队员一起挫败蛇塔的阴谋，迎来命中注定
They're
的
just talking about all
良
the
缘，携手
characters
共度未来
there.
的每一个风雪良辰夜。
是的，在即将上映的溯源新型版本故事中，我们将一起与爱相伴。愿大家所行皆是坦途，所求终将如愿。
吉时已至，好事成双。在大家的殷切期盼里，这一次陈星和瑶都会以崭新的姿态登台亮相。那接下来，让我们先看一下陈星的全新战术套装吧。
陈星的
New
新
new
战斗
changing
叫
outfit,
全息
Jade Arc.
弦
Okay.
呢，顾名思义就是弓弦的弦。相信大家在刚刚的
Bowstring noticed. Okay. New weapon type bow, of
中
course.
已经注意到，
New
陈星
weapon
将
type
带着
bow
新
for
类型
her.
武器弓登场。
没错，陈星这身新战术套装的设计呢，也结合了传统骑射服饰的特点，比如
Alright.
利落的短袖啦，起到防护作用的手套以及护肩等元素。
而另一
So
个
bow
全
weapon
字则有
type
美玉的意思，指陈星美人如玉。在琼贤的爆发技展示中，大家也会看到他手中拿着一枚玉环，玉环象征圆满和高贵的品质，与陈星相配，在他的服装、头饰和背后的装饰上
Okay.
都有体现。除此之外，在新版本的剧情里，它有着特殊的作用和寓意，具体是如何呢？不妨等
Shall I have the new
稍后
weapon
大家在
type
游
of
戏里一探
bow?
究竟。
怎么话说到一半就开始卖关子了呢？
卖关子可是直播的另一个底层逻辑，但以陈星老家的朔州为舞台而展
And
开
the
的故
stories
事
in
还真是让人
Shuzo
期待呀。
in
现
her
实中
homeland.
春节
Okay.
本身就是游子归家的节日，这次陈星也回到了他小时候长大的地方，而且还带着自己的心上人，想必也是十分开心啊。
是的，
Alright.
相信分析员也对本次陈星身上的改变非常好奇。那让我们更加详细的了解一下细节部分吧。
那首先从外形上开始说起，这次在服装设计上呢，除了款式以外，还加入了大量的中式花纹、古典配色，希望能让大家感受到一些国风的亮点。
确实，从第一眼看
Wait,
上
why
去
did they put
就非
cloud
常有
covering
陈
her
星
before
出身
when
名门世
they
家的
don't
感觉
need to do it
而且我
now?
还注意到有很多的
Makes
浴室
no
装饰
sense.
非常好看。
没错，那
They
区别
didn't
于
need
上
it.
一次
They don't.
国风版本
See,
的
like,
全
there's
貌
no
结构
clouds
呢，这次
covering
的
her
主
now.
题是玉环。正如前面聪聪所说啊，玉环象征圆满和高贵的品质。那这个
But
玉环
whatever.
元素在服装、头饰和背后的
Right,
装
they
置
didn't
上
need
都
the
有
clouds
体现。
before.
同时考虑到换了新的武器弓，所以角色整体剪裁也采用了不对称的设计。持弓的左臂增加了防护装甲。那整体也希望给大家展现一个
Oh,
既
yeah?
端庄又英姿飒爽的陈星。
So we
看
get
来
this
获得
next
全
week,
新力
right?
量的陈星， 不仅春节可以有新功玩，过年更是能陪分析员玩了。
说的没错，晨星与分析员也将在新的版本中有重大的关系突破哦。在细聊之前，我们先来看看晨星的弓究竟如何呢？
这次新增的武器类型弓，我们也花费了很多的心思，因为这是第一次做弓这个类型，我们找了很多的资料参考，融合了国风与现代的弓箭架构。弓身上有祥云与火焰的组合图案，与晨星本身的设计相呼应。
而且在弓箭上也用到了和服饰配套的玉石装饰哦。
是的，稳定器也使用了柱状玉石，散发的能量可以使晨星更好的保持平衡，抵消掉箭矢射出去的震动。而这把弓同样也强调了玉环的元素，使用玉环为弓片提供储蓄能量。
已经可以想象到晨星使用全新的武器为分析员战斗的美丽身姿了。不过为什么这次会这样选择弓作为晨星的武器呢？
弓相比枪械类武器更具东方特色，悠久而古老。在以枪械为主的陈白的世界中，弓可以说是非常具有朔州特点的武器，同时也是与朔州出身的晨星非常的相配，而且它的力量可不容小觑哦。
哦，此话怎讲？
首先，弓区别于其他武器，弓拥有蓄力攻击的手段，并且完成蓄力后对敌人必定造成暴击。
既然不用击中弱点
So
就
she
可以
just
暴
has
击，
a charge
那这样的
shot.
武器设定和晨星会有怎样的配
You
合
can
呢？
charge
那
your
就要说到
shots.
晨星琼贤的技能机制了。
Alright,
作为
what's
一
her
名电击
skills?
属性的射击输出角色，琼贤通过常规技快速闪射复数箭
Rapid
矢，对
scatter
目标
shot with
造
a
成伤害，
skill.
清
Okay.
理周围的敌人。首次被常规技命中的目标，或者是被满蓄力攻击命中的目标，还会被
And she
箭矢
doesn't have
刺
any
穿并
ammo,
嵌
so
入体
that's
内。
something.
然后琼贤还可以通过爆发技对嵌入目标身体内的箭矢进行牵引回收，撕裂敌人并造成高额伤害。同时还会为琼贤补充
Oh, you know,
箭
she
矢数
does
量。
have ammo.
晨星
Never
琼贤的
mind.
支援技则会在空中展开剑阵，随后从剑阵中落下剑影，对范围内的敌人造成伤害。
可以看出，晨星获得新的战术套装后，整体的战斗方式
Her ult,
也发
since
生了
it says
巨大
her
的
ult
变化。
replaces
但
it.
是无论是
Okay.
哪种姿态，晨星都会为了分析员而战。
是的，晨星既有着大家闺秀的沉稳，又有着在战斗中粉碎敌人的力量。在新的篇章中，晨星对分析员的爱慕之情也将得以倾诉。
说到新剧情，本次的故
And
事
then
中，
Liao.
瑶也一同来到了朔州，而且一
The
改往日的
lovable
墨子风
slacker.
变得卷起来了。
只不过卷的方向
The
可能有
most
些出乎意
relatable
料
character they got. They
瑶
got
这次也
Yao.
换上了新的战术套装夜天光。夜天光原本是一个天文名词，指在远离城市灯光的地方，夜空自身所呈现的弥漫光辉。这个名字也与瑶以往的经历相契合。平时看起来可能有些懒散，但一到了关键的时刻，他那强悍和机敏的一面就会立刻显现出来，就
Alright.
像夜天光一样，越是在黑暗中，越能散发
There's
光芒。
Yao.
瑶的新战术套装的配色灵感，那也来自于这个美丽的天文现象。而且在新版本中呢，瑶会为了他最重要的分析员，展现出更多积极和主动的一面。
是的，你们会看到瑶前所未有的积极模样。在战斗中，他不仅没有摆烂，甚至还卷起来了，哈哈，是不是很期待来看到他这全新的一面呢？所以大家记得新版本上线后，一定要来看看游戏里瑶的变化哦。
确实，瑶获得新的战术套装后，看上去更有
Are
精
they
神
gonna
了。
show her kit
服装和
here?
细节给人的感觉也跟以往不一样了。
对的。
Or are
夜
they
天
just
光
not
孕育
gonna
晴
say
夜
it?
弥漫
Show
的
us our
夜空
kit.
辉光，所以主题色呢，这次选择了夜空的蓝色，在服装设计上以夜星的形状作为标志性元素。可以看到，在胸口、大腿以及肩胛上都有这个星星的图形。左侧的不对称部分呢，做了镂空和捆绑的处理，是不是会让
对呀
瑶看起来稍微精神一点呢？这一次的瑶要勤奋起来，向分析员展示更全面的自己。
毕竟任何事情只要关系到分析员，瑶都会鼓足精神。
那么，既然服装是以夜空与星辉为标
Night
志，
sky,
瑶的武
okay.
器是否也一样呢？
没错，
Inspired
瑶
by
的
Night
武器设
sky
计主题
thing.
就是夜天光，整体配色为太阳落入地平线后弥漫光辉的蓝紫色与橙黄色。此时星星会散发出格外的暖光，整体偏向暗色的配置，在黑夜中呢会与夜空融为一体。同时，机匣部分整体有流线型的切割，那能量管道通过底部输送到机匣位置，一颗星星点缀在机匣前端的位置上。橙黄色的夜之星释放着夜天光难以抑制的能量，为接下来的作战输出强劲的动力。
那看上去不仅美丽，还有一种浪漫的感觉，非常期待瑶在战斗中的样子。那么，获得全新力量的瑶，在技能机制方面是否也发生了变化呢？
是的，瑶
Oh, here we
夜
go,
天光的
Yao
定位
kit.
是电击属性辅助，
Electrical
并且
support who uses
常规技可以
SMG.
使用小机器人飞向目
Send
标，
small
造成小型
robots
爆炸，造成伤害。
flying towards
支援技则
targets.
可以操控小机器人射出电索。
Shoot electric cables, increasing the crit damage amplifier.
持
Okay.
续牵引敌人，使其受到的暴击伤害增幅提高。
So it gives people more crit damage. And then small robots shoot down the cables.
而重头戏则是
So
爆
does
发
it
季。
like stun them, I
夜空光
guess?
释放爆发剂后会展开巨大的场景领域，
Massive
并且
domain on
在
the
领域上方升级一个
field
特殊的能源装置，
rides
遥
it to
自己就
generate
在能
energy
源
to
中
maintain
实
the
测，提
field.
供能源以维持着领域的存在，同时强化位于领域中的友方角色，并且弱化敌方的目标。
So it's
并且
like off
遥
field
在
use
自
it,
己
you
的
get a
领域中
boost.
使用常规技还有新的惊喜
And。she
也
gets
就
new
是说，
support
瑶在自己
skill.
的领域中使用常规技，还具有新的效果。
没错，瑶在自己的领域中使用常规技，可以发射多
Several
个小机器
small
人
robots
对敌人
that
造
deal
成伤害。
damage.
瑶
Okay.
释放爆发剂时会自动释放强化电锁的效果，对领域内更多的敌人发射电锁，牵制敌
Okay.
人。
谁曾想到最开始
So
瑶
she
展
just
开
like
领域
stuns a
是大
bunch of
睡
stuff.
而如今为了分析员
Okay.
在全新的领域中，瑶也会奋不顾身的战斗了。
这就是爱的力量吗？瑶和陈星
So
在
yeah,
持
free.
全新的
Yeah,
篇章
she's
中
obviously
不仅
gonna be
获
the
得了
free
新的战术套
character.
装和分学的
Makes
关系也
sense.
是更近了一步。
确切来
Right,
说，应该
makes
是
sense
很
she's
多
gonna be
步呀
support
在新
then.
的版本中呢，
Free
陈星
support.
与瑶都将与分析员缔结恒约。不过在进入关键部分之前，按照惯例，先给大家赠上来一些香香麻麻辣辣的美
Alright,
食。
what's the main thing then? Spice of Life redeem code.
Q 弹。
Alright, we got a redeem code, guys. Spice of Life. That's not Spice of Life, Spice of Love.
奇怪，我给
Get your
分
free
析员
shit,
准备的
guys.
怎么不见了？
Spice
分析
of
员的
Love.
消息一定要找到才行。
Alright, get your free stuff, guys.
分析员喜欢辣的，多来点儿。分析员，来试试，够辣吗？分析员，这是为你特别准备的海鲜餐盘。
Alright, get your
祝
redeem
分析
code.
员新的一年好运绵长，顺顺当当。
欢迎回来！在品尝完少女们亲手准备的美食后，赶紧来看看大家感兴趣的时装部分吧。
随着新的故事开启，陈星也迎来了属于自己的横约系列时装。陈星的这套横约时装呢，叫新苗红装。那基础的设计方向就是大家都在说的凤冠霞帔了。我们把横约款式和中式肚兜进行了部分的融合的同时呢，进行了取舍，在突出国风和横约主题的前提下，尽量不
What does
遮
the
挡
code
角色
even
的生
give?
理线条，不影响角色射箭的攻击动作。全身的云纹、金色的装饰、胸口的双鱼图，
It gives
以及头饰上
200
复刻的装饰
digicash.
凸显这套礼服的华
Get
贵。
your free pull, get your 200
陈星
digicash.
穿着这身衣服，
Nice
分学员独处时一定有很多可以做的事情吧？
当然
You
了，
get
陈星
200
互动的主题
digicash
就
for
是
it.
洞房花烛了。在互动场景中会出现大家耳熟能详的
So that's nice.
烧杯酒、结发等等
Right,
代表
free
着
is
硕果的
free.
传统仪式的环节。这次的场景在喜庆的氛围中呢，带着书香气息。在这里，分析员还可以和陈星一起练习朔州的书法，留下美好的回忆。并且陈星在新宿场景中会演奏传统乐器，向分析员表白爱意，尽显大家闺秀的美好气质。
And
那
of
当
course,
然，
it's
在
still
横
going
约
on.
之中呢，也有大家喜闻乐
So
见
there's
的
more
摆
to
摊
see.
环节。
当然，我们也为这套具有特殊意义的服装制作了配套的武器外观哦。
是的，这是一把以爱为主题、
And this
具
is the
有
bow
纪
for
念
the
意义的弓
matching
箭，
the
整
outfit.
体外形像凤凰，寓意
Alright.
着燃烧后的重生、龙凤呈祥等等美好的意象。弓身红金的配色火烈而热情，被吉祥寓意的烫金金边包裹着。握把的上下部分有张开的金色羽毛，而握把上则有红线紧紧缠绕住温润的玉石。在固定握把的同时呢，也提供了柔和的握持手感。
除了陈星外，瑶也与分析员缔结了横约，而且入乡随俗，设计上也颇具朔州特色。
没错，瑶的这套横约时装是暖夜情熏，我们采用了比较传统简约的款式，只为了突出重点。不过在花纹和配饰部分也花了很多的心思。胸口的花纹和裙摆上都用了不少凤凰的羽毛装饰，当然更别提凤冠和胸前的同心锁了。那这个寓意就非常的明显了，瑶的小心思也是展露无遗啊。
不过按照瑶的性格呢，横约前各种准备工作会不会忙到头昏眼花呀？
为了重要的日子而准备，虽然很忙碌，但也是乐在其中啊。
那瑶的互动主题呢是花好月圆，和分析员一起为横约做准备。妆化、
Right, I just muted the game.
数红包，瑶努力、打气、精神，悉心参与着这些朔州的传统习俗。场景浪漫中带着一点随性，在小小的庭院中呢，瑶逐渐展现出横约伴侣的一面，依赖着分析员。新宿场景中，瑶为了分析员展示出了在某方面的文学创作天赋，在温馨的烛光下将自己的心意一一倾诉。 在横越仪式中更是藏不住欣喜的心情。分析员请牢牢地牵住他的手，
要和瑶一直甜蜜下去哦。
Definitely
因为
sweet
开发
moments.
进度的
Okay.
原因，瑶的互动情
An
节将在
interactable
2.6版
scene.
上架售卖，大家可以在本次春。
Oh, so there's going to be a scene for the Yao outfit, but it won't be playable. Okay, you just get a
春
preview.
节版本先行预览互动效果哦。
那除了美好的互动场景外，瑶的新武器是什么样子的呢？
瑶的新武器是以维克特冲锋枪为原型，在此基础上融合了国风传统元素，枪身的流线如同屋檐的翘角和桥梁的弧线。颜色方面则选用了国风传统的红色和金色，并辅以白色来更好的匹配横约的主题。枪身饰板呢，则参考了电动车尾灯，采用大面积流光的半透材质，加强整枪的科技感。
那么除了2套横约时装外，新版本中还有哪些好看的时装呢？
嘿嘿，这就要提到上次春节中仅靠表情包就自霸成白的芬妮了。本次版本中，我们为芬妮准备了2套不同的春节皮肤哦。
没错，第一套就是芬妮会要的武士时装，金狮武瑞。这套皮肤呢，以醒狮为灵感，正面的设计采用了云纹、玉石等等元素。醒狮的元素呢，则主要放在了头饰以及背后的兜帽上。 这样在战斗视角也能从背后比较明显的感受到狮头的注视了。身体部分除了保留背后的狮尾外呢，都做了精简，突出重点部位。那开大之后呢，依然会切换到第2形态啊，可以看到区别还是很大的。
这次也为这套时装制作了新的配套武器皮肤吧？
没错，配套的枪皮叫做耀武迎春，同样也采用了喜庆的红金色配色和武士的元素，这是从头到尾的喜庆了起来。
过年嘛，当然要舞得尽兴啦。 下面看看第2套芬妮
Really
黄
after
金
that
色
has
的表情
pairs,
包横版
okay?
时装，璀璨华彩。
对，为了设计这套时装呢，设计同
After
学
the
尽
stickers
量
in the
地去
outfit.
领会这个表情包的精神了，拼尽全力的投射到这一套的设计中。
It is interesting though that like they're gonna release the thing with the interactive scene, but you can't use the interactive scene again. It's like the outfit for what's it called?
精神状态。
前有双喜临门，后
Same
有龙狮
situation
贺
as what they did with
祝
Mary's
分析员在新
swimsuit.
的一年里，不仅有
The-
家人
the-
相伴，
the
更
scene
有
came
每天
later.
开心快乐、健康如意。
除了新年的主题呢，这次我们也出了日常款式的服装，
Do everyday
就是
outfits.
瑟瑞
Alright,
斯的这
they're
套纯白
serious.
午后了，紧身的束腰和偏热裤款的夏装，能更好的体现瑟瑞斯的身材。大家可以想象瑟瑞斯穿着这套服装，在休息日跟分析员
Alright.
逛街的这个小女友的感觉。
那么除了以上这些新的时装，在春节版本中，往期备受大家喜爱的时装也将迎来复刻。我们一起来看一下吧。
Rerun of these ones. Okay. Lots of reruns. Yeah, all of these getting reruns, I guess. Okay. Endless luck. Okay.
今天就让我来给分析员赢3家喵！
嘿嘿，我给分析员压下全部身家。
There we go. Get your redeem code stuff.
真不巧，分析员，这正是我要的。
Make sure you redeem your free stuff, guys. Right? Free is free.
你炸糊！
真是有
That
惊无
one
险。
also
分
gives
析员新的一年里一定要
200
好运连
digicash.
连。那么言归正传，那接下来我们到了福
So
利
that's
介绍的
nice.
部分啦。
除了好看的角色和时装外，在即将到来的春节版本中，福利自然也满满当当。
那是当然，从1月23日开始，持续整个版本，登录签到就可以免费领取
Wrestling roar,
芬妮
free
黄金
outfit.
狮子璀璨
So
华彩
the
全新
Fanny
时装了
outfit is free.
在版本期间完成上下2期签到，还可以再获得10张
10
限定角
pulls
色
of
UP 券
each. Okay.
10张限定武器 UP
Sure.
券。按照惯例，这一次也
That'll
安
be
排了
useful.
邀约活动，从2月6日
Yeah,
开始
will be
至版本
free,
结
of
束。
course.
登录游戏
Makes
进入
sense.
活动界面，通过邀约活动就可以领取瑶、叶天光和他的
And she'll
配套
come
定制
fully
后勤
built
了。
too.
按照惯例
Nice.
邮件活动当然也少不了啦。
没错，
And
从1月
the
23日
the
开始
regular
持续
stuff
整个版本。
too.
登录游戏既可以通过邮件领取5张限定角色 UP
So
券，
30 free
5张限
pulls
定武
from
器 UP 券。
my
此外，从
login
1月23日和2月6日当日开始，连
right.
续
We
7天
get 30
每天还
free
将通过
login
邮件赠送
pulls.
角色
That's
碎片本、
nice.
嵌片道具和大体的钥
30 for
匙，
free.
助力分析员更快培养自己喜欢的角色。
还有其他奖励吗？比如那个金灿灿的箱子。
放心，这个当然也有安排。
1月28日除夕当天，
Oh, nice.
我们会通过
Another selector for an older
选
operative too
分
for
析
you
员可以选
guys.
择 1.8 版本及之前的角色哦。
作为重要的春节版本，这次在
Right,
卡
another
池上
free
有哪些
selector
变化
too,
呢？
guys.
在
Lots
卡
of
池
free
方面
stuff.
，2.5版本角色姬晨星、琼贤和瑶
Right,
对
we
天
all
光的
get a
卡
free
池规则保
selector.
持不变。同时，我们将新增一个自选卡池，能够选择2.1版本及之前的角色或武器进行抽取。
Operatives
是
and
和
weapons.
周年庆
Okay.
版本一样的同款自选词吗？
It's like
整体的
rerun
规
for
则上呢，与
everything.
周年
Okay.
庆的自选词是一致的。不过这次呢是可以选择2个角色或者武器
You
进
can
行锁
choose
定。
2
锁定之
weapons.
后，分析员
and
可以从
switch
这2个角
between.
色或武器的卡池中选择
Alright.
任意一个进行切换。每次切换的对应角色或武器时，只会 up 当前的角色或武器。说完福利，下面就该聊聊新的玩法活动了。那么在本次春节
Alright,
版本
what's the
中
new
呢，
stuff
给大家
then?
安排了哪些活动呢？听说这次安卡大神又要发力了。
没错，
The
听说
King
春
is
节
up
假
to
期要
something,
来，
okay?
安卡大神加班加点，研制出全新系列 IP 游戏，与前作的轻松氛围不太相似。安卡西亚想要创作一部更具野性的大作，
Alright, another new
在
side mode
文
thing
明
then.
几乎被毁灭的异星上，
Okay.
分析员守护着
Shooting
最后
stuff in the
方略，
turrets. Alright.
与异星的神秘生物进行激烈的战斗。分析员作为领头人，带领手底下的伙伴，在已经没有人居住的异星上开辟新的据点，不断扩展可生存区域，
Okay.
重新复兴人类文明。
So we got buttons on the
看
side
上去
there.
很燃很热血嘛。在成败世界中的大英雄去扮演
Right,
守
we
护
have
英
these
雄的战
extra
士
skill
一
things
定是
here.
非常的得心应手了。
没错，正是亲眼见证了自己挚爱的经历，才让安卡有了灵感，研制这款游戏。游戏中，分析员可以使用机枪塔或者布置伙伴一起抵御怪物的入侵。
So it's
战斗
just
中，
tower
击杀怪
defense
物还
mode.
可强化伙伴的作战能力，带领更强的伙伴守护一星。
听说
Okay.
不仅是新作，安卡大神的其他作品这次也有更新和进化呢。
Is that gonna
大
be
家
like a
都说在
permanent
原创
thing?
版本中的海姆相
Like the
冲
other thing from
听说分
before?
析员对这款游戏赞叹有加，安卡
Ah,
西
it's
亚
the
马上
Fall
对
Guys
它进
event
行
again.
优化。在新版本中，海姆现
New
将
map
分为
though.
2种模式，分别是
That's a
常
new
规赛
map.
和技巧赛。
It's
新
the
增的
Fall
技巧赛
Guys
中，
event
不同的关
again.
卡配备了不同的初始技能，或者在关卡中有可以
Okay.
拾取的保护罩或者是炸弹道具。
加入了新技巧之后，在对局中又会有哪些改变呢？
技巧赛玩法中，分析员可以使用飞扑、加速等技能，还有紧张刺激的炸弹赛。通过拾取炸弹，将其他对手炸出去。场内还有保护罩道具，分析员可以保护自己，坚持到最后就可以获得比赛的胜利。
那么常规赛方面有什么更新的东西吗？
这是在常规赛中新增了跑圈赛、记忆
Alright.
挑战、滑滑
New
梯
stuff
等。
will be added
我
to
们还新
standard
增了地
mode.
图关卡，分析员能体验到更多的趣味。除此以外，我们还新增了观战功能。分
You
析员
can
完成
watch
比赛
other
后还
players
能
after
通
the
过观战
finish. Oh,
去
that's
查看
nice.
其他对手的比赛情
So
况。
you can watch other players'
安卡
thing
大神的
too.
处女作《星星开拓》是不是也更新了一些重磅的内容？
是的，安卡西亚精心
And
打
there's
造了
another
星星开
update
拓
to Star
3.0来
Master
啦！
too. Okay.
听说本次更新开放了一个
New
全新的海岛
island
区域。
area. Oh, it's
新海
just
岛不仅有
Okay.
独特的遗迹雪原的风貌，还会有一些
Snow
趣味的体
area.
验。在新的海岛上面会登场一批
New
全
units
新的
to
伙伴，
catch on
除
the
了这
island
批
as
新伙伴外
well.，
还会将2型验证机甲、荒猎和特莫索斯作为超强目标加入可劝降列表，期待他们作为超强目标的全新表现吧。
太好了，这下又有新的伙伴可以干活了。
Alright, so we
不仅
get
如
new
此，
stuff
根据
there.
可靠情报透露，这次安卡大神为了模拟更加真实的体验，给星星开拓还搭载了昼夜
There's
系
day
统。
and night
分析
system.
员通
Okay.
过该系统可以自由切换海岛的白天和夜晚模式，在不同的时间，海岛的场景表现以及部
So
分
they
内容
added
都会发
day
生
and
变
night
化。
cycles
这样
there.
的话，这些捕获的伙伴也会从天黑劳作到天亮吗？
这拜托不要在快过年的时候提这种事情啊！不如聊聊海岛
So that
真正的
side
主
mode
线
actually
钓
getting
鱼。为
updated.
了庆祝昼夜系统顺利时装，本次新兴开拓还准备举办一
Fishing
场
cup?
钓鱼大
What's
赛。
this?
大赛期间参与钓鱼玩法，不仅可以获取现实任务奖励，同时
You
还
get
会
more
根据大
stuff.
赛
Alright.
体系鱼类来进行最佳重量或
Leaderboard
最
for
佳长度的
fishing.
排行提示。
这下又可以抓到各种迷路的赛博钓鱼大
Alright
师了。
then.
为了助力大家在钓鱼大赛中获得好成绩，除了新的伙伴外，在海岛中还会新增一批草药收集物。采集草药后，可前往餐车处制作特殊鱼饵或特殊料理。使用特殊鱼饵去钓鱼，可能会吸引到更大更长的鱼类。而本次新增的特殊料理 buff 也会提高大家海岛探索的效率。值得注意的是，部分鱼类
Okay.
或草药会根据自身特性，只在白天或晚
And
上
there'll be
才
some
会出现
stuff
哦。
that's day or
这
night
下晚
only.
上不仅有加班的伙伴，还有加班的鱼了。
这再说下去，安卡大神可能要重新考虑游戏里伙伴的定义了。另外，除了上述的新增内容外，本次还计划提高开
And the
拓
level
等级
limit's
的上
gonna
限，
go up.
给大家
Okay.
提供新的等级目标和奖励。同时，为了方便玩家更好的体验新兴开拓， 在开拓等级前期也会提供开拓经验加成功能，助力各位新玩家的
Bonus
前期
experience
探索。
for early
此外
levels.
在
Okay.
闯关吧模式中也增加了困难模式，通过特殊的关卡词条机制，分析员可以与自己的伙伴一起接受新的挑战。
既然说到了新兴开拓了，那么另外一个常驻玩法
Oh,
悖
the
论
lab,
迷宫，这是
the
有哪些
roguelike
改动
mode,
呢
I guess is gonna get
在
changed
本
too.
次悖论迷宫中，我们增加了新的玩法类型
Another
验证战场
difficulty
在
here.
活动期间会逐步
But
开
it's
放
an
每个
event
不同的
one
战役
now.
关卡。挑战战役关卡时，会根据击败的怪物数量获得积分，并解锁积分奖励。
Okay.
除了验证战场外，我们还增加了争议试炼关卡。分析员可以通过挑战争议试炼关卡解锁不同的强力争议。在进行挑战前，分析员可以携带部分已经解锁的强力争议进入战斗，来帮助分析员更好地获得战斗的胜利。
在全新的版本中，不仅
And then
安
more
卡大
buffs
神
and
持续
stuff.
发力，基地里似乎有一些不一样的东西。
Okay.
在介绍这部分前，让我们先
So
放
it's
松
just
一
a
下吧。
big update. They're adding so much. Sultry Soak is another redeem code.
这里的温泉真棒呀！我肯定忘不了这么舒服的温泉。
There we go, another redeem code, guys. More free stuff.
暖暖的，感觉不错呢。终于可以好好放松下啦。
This one at least they didn't censor it.
要是分析员也在就好了。分析员不是说好要一起泡的吗？
我给大家准备了果酒和甜点哦。
太好了，凉凉的，入口就更舒服了。
分析员来了吗？刚刚是什么声音？
He's just hiding underwater. How long? How is he breathing there for so long?
好像有什么。
啊，这不就是分析员的浴巾吗？别跑！
泡了温泉之后，分析员的
Alright
身体
then.
是不是变得暖洋洋的？而温泉之际，
And that one
在版
also
本更新
gives
后
six,
那就能看到哦。
not 600,
是的，
200
在新版本中
digicash.
宿舍将
So we
开放
got
新区域
600 free
温泉。
digicash.
分析员可以通过1楼纪念品
Nice
区处的传送点进入全新的温泉场
Right.
地。
Oh,
少
you
女
can
们和
visit
分
from
析
the
员
souvenir
都能在此
spot.
获得一个特别的放松体
So
验。
you can just watch
最
them
近
take a
天气
bath
越
there
来
in
越
the
冷
hot
了，可以
spring.
泡温
Okay.
泉真的是非常惬意呢。不
Extra
过泡温泉的
facility
话
hot
身上的
spring.
妆应该也
Of
会有所改变
course.
吧。
泡温泉当然是要穿浴袍啦。进入温泉后
Alright
少女和分析员都将获得新的服装浴袍，并且呢，我们针对温泉浴袍专门优化了少女们的脚部和手部的模型精度。当然
Alright
记忆中的其他场景中的手脚模型的优化，我
That's
们也
quite
会在
the
后期的
update
版本
then
陆续更新。除了少女
They're
才能
adding
更
this
换为浴
stuff
袍造型
too
外呢，分析员也会有自己的浴袍哦。不过需要注意的是，浴袍装扮仅限
Only
在
wore
温
in the
泉
hot
场景中
spring
使用。
area, yep.
既然都有温泉环节了，那是不是也会上演大家喜闻乐见的各种福利桥段呢？
分析员在进入温泉后，可以看到少女们正一边享受着温泉，一边等待着分析
Hi,
员的到来。
Grimjaw.
比如在风泉
They're
中
adding
的
a
卡西亚
fucking
和
hot
福提
spring
亚
here.
都拿起了地上装满水并且飘有小黄鸭的水桶，
There's a
从
bunch
肩
of
上
stuff
倒
they're
下，
adding to
水流在
Snowbreak.
胸前汇聚成小河。
We'll see all of it
小黄
next
鸭
week.
顺
There's a
流而
lot.
下，福提亚那边畅通无阻。小黄鸭顺利的回到
Lots
了
of
温
free
泉里面
stuff.，
在凯姐那边却遇到了阻碍，一只撞着一只，堆积在了胸前。
干什么？感觉小老师有话说啊。除此之外，这次特别新增了3人的互动家具，分析员可以在温泉中与少女们同时进
OK
行互动。比如晨曦为分析员摘掉头上的花瓣啦，两人卿卿我我，咬在旁边晕倒滑
And
下
there's
水
like other
面，分析员赶紧
furniture.
去照顾。
This is not even in engine. You know it's in game when there's that freaking thing in the background. Something you can interact with there.
还有公主抱的环节哦。
说到温泉的话，除了用热乎乎的水
OK
池缓解疲劳外，一些其他活动也是必有环节吧。
哦，木木很懂温泉之道嘛。温泉之中还准备了情侣间的小游戏——心动水弹。游戏中会准备一把充满爱意的水弹枪，分析员可以邀请陈星、瑶、莫莉
You
安、
can shoot each other with a water
海
gun,
斯
I guess.
任意一位参与游戏。
Another
拿
mini
起这
game
把水弹
here.
枪，把那
Alright
浓浓的爱意射向对方吧。水枪中可能存在空弹、实弹，
It's
俘
like
虏
the
和少
quick
女的
draw
运气
mini
是更
game.
棒的。
Alright.
过程中还可以使用各种 play 小道具，以及有很多惊喜彩蛋等待着分析员的发现。
那除了新开放的温泉区域，少女的宿舍中本次有哪些更新的内容呢？
Wait, is this like the quick draw wait, the quick draw thing? It reminds me of like one of those like mini games when like in some of the Kirby games, right? There's so much shit.
那就不得不说福提亚的扭溜车了。
She can
进入书
drive
中
a
后，
little
有一定
car
概率可以
around.
看到
Okay.
普亚在不同的楼层快乐的开着溜溜车，也可以直接通过溜溜
哦
车
you
交互
can-
功能
Oh
呼
no,
唤
you
小老
interact.
师来
She'll
玩耍。
drive
什么
it.
小老师又不气？其他角色本次也有这样的
Damn,
特
they
色
add
加剧
like
吗？
so
有
much.
的，在晨星与瑶也和分学员缔结合约之后呢，礼服、芬妮、瑶、晨星都将增加
Commemorative
合约证为
furniture,
家
okay.
具。265 版
If
本
you
更新
have
后，
the
社会上你
outfit,
的
so
房
like
间
there'll
中
be a
将出现
special
各
thing
自
for
的
each of
合约
them.
证明家具。与合约证明家具交互后呢，还会出现合约证书。
在这里也祝愿分析
Alright
员
then.
与心爱的队员幸福快乐。
天长地久，百年好合。
最后，春节之际，我们也安排了50头
And
纪
then,
念品和
add
18位少女的
souvenir.
全家福纪念品。感谢分学员一路以来的陪伴。
未来我们会更加努力。新一年的第一个版本，我们也进行了不少的优化。首先是我们扩充了横约戒指可以佩戴的手指，
Expanded
现
the
在
number
分
of
析员
rings.
所有手指都可以佩戴。
You can go collect all the rings now, like you're wearing the Infinity Gauntlet or something. You can be like, ah, yes, we have our own Infinity Gauntlet. Collect all the rings.
横约戒指啦，
毕竟
Put them
与
on
分
each
学
of the
员缔结
fingers.
合约的角色日益增多。
这下海姆达尔、指环王、十字
Just
名
put
龟。
them all
另
on.
外，我们收到了很多建议，信源断片的储存经常会溢
Info
出，
source,
所以
yeah,
我们
okay.
决定将信源断片的储存
Expanded
上
to
限从100
200.
调到200。
Nice.
主界面看板呢也增加了互动设置，可以把时装互动场景设置到主界面上，
Gotta collect
并且
all the
如果
waifus.
同时拥有多个互动呢，还可以在
Collect
设
the
置中选择
waifus
随
like
机
you're
播放。
collecting
那能
Infinity
够与分学
Stones.
员近距离接触，相信少女们也一定会非常开心。
That is so.
是的，除了主界面上增加队员们与分析员亲密接触的
Go
机会，
collect them like
在
you're
邮件功能
collecting
上我们
Infinity
也增
Stones.
加了图片邮件以及图片的特写展示，还有语音邮件以及语音。
Wait, I want to go back and just take a screenshot of that thing first.
福纪念品，感谢分学员一路以来的陪伴。
未来我们会更加努力。新一年的达尔、指环王、十字横约戒指可以佩戴的手指，现在分析
Like, this is just hilarious.
员所有手指都可以佩戴横约戒指啦。
毕竟与分学员缔结合约的角色日益增多。
这下海姆达尔、指环王、十字名龟。另外，我们收到了很多建议，信源断片的储存经常会溢出，所以我们决定将信源断片的储存上限从100调到200。
主界面看板呢也增加了互动设置，可以把时装互动
Just
场景
collect
设置
them
到
like
主界面上，
Infinity Stones.
并且如果同时拥有多个互动呢，
That
还
is
可以在
so
设置中选择随机播放。
Just collect
能够与
them.
分学员近距离接触，
Collect
相信
Thanos.
少女们也一定会非常开心的。
是的，除了
Wait,
主
what
界面上
happens
增
when
加
you
队员
when
们与
when you do
分
the
析员
snap
亲密
that
接
with
触
all
的
of
机会
them?
在邮件功能上，我们也增加了图片邮件以及图片的特写展示，还有语音邮件以及语音
Voice
播放控制。
message mail
除此之外
playback.
我们增加
Okay.
了纪念信物，在
More
特殊的节日
keepsakes
或者
things
特殊
in
节
the
点
little
分
menu
析员
there.
可以收到来自角
Alright.
色的纪念信物，纪念那特殊的时刻。
以后海姆达尔的大家
Sure.
可以用更加丰富的方式向分学员传达心意啦。
另外，我们对年级功能也
Optimize
进行了
co-op
一些
with
优化，
message.
新增了
Okay.
更多表情包和常用语给大家选择。
More
分析员
quick
可以
messages,
在
okay.
年级外把这些常用语言和自己拥有的表情包编辑到功能轮盘上，在年级内就可以
And you
直
can
接调用。
customize the wheel
除
quick
了上述
messages.
还有一些改进分析员体验的优化，比如武器突破界面上也增加了材料合成按钮的入口。另外，角色面板上的技能描述可以一键切换描
Brief-
述的详细程度。
Brief
分析
description
员可以
toggle
自己选
now.
择查看技能
Alright.
的具体描述或者简易描述，并且针对部分角色，我们还增加了爆发季动画的开关。现在更多的角色可以
You
跳过
can
爆发季
skip
的
the
动画。
animations
聊天
too
功能
now.
我们也增
Nice.
加了聊天框信息查询
The
的
the big
提示以及
animation thing, they
隐藏
added
表情
thing
的
to
开关
skip it.
在
Nice.
后勤方面，也增加了赠送的定制后勤获得时自动上锁的功能。同时，后勤也会增加基础属性条目筛选功能，
You can
以及后勤
filter
属性推荐功能
finally.
方便分析员更快地找
Finally,
自
a
己想要的后
filter
勤。
在
system.
版本活动商店中，
Alright.
后勤也增加了适配的角色头
They
像
put the
哟。
recommended
此
icons
外，我们
there.
还优化了
So you know
后
who
勤
wants
基础特长
what.
重修功能，在原有的功能上增加了一个保底的机制。分析员
Guarantee?
进行
Okay.
后勤基础特长重修后，会获得进度累积，到达一定次数后，可领取定向词条重修
Oh,
的
you
道
can
具。
get like you
自
can
主选
guarantee
定
what you're
基础
looking
特
for
长的词
now.
条类型后，消耗该道具
Oh,
进行
that's
重修。
nice.
本次重修结果必定为
After you
选
do
定
it
词
enough,
条
they're
类
adding
型。
a penny
那
to
我们也
rerolling
收到了很多的
stats.
反馈啊，部分 UI 的辨识度比较低，给分析员
Some
带来
stat
了很多
reroll
的麻烦。
pity.
针对这个呢，我们也做出了一些优化。我们在角色列表增加了角色总览的功能，可以更方便的查看所有的角色。 并且在角色列表头像下面增加了角色换装的名字，方便分析员
OK
能更快的找到对应的角色。
还有大家非常关心的剧情问题，我们会时装
Voiceover
2.5
main
及之后
story,
版
OK
本的主线剧情。
Oh, finally! So then, like, now they're actually gonna put voiceover in the story again.
语音。
总不能把分析员放地上吧？就算是草坪。
So going forward, they're gonna actually voice it.
分析员。
Oh, that's
想要
nice.
其他枕头。分析员。
They're adding voices to the story now.
说。
But it's too bad it's only for 2.5 and newer.
但是因为公
I
司的
mean,
问
it's
题
only gonna be in
日本语
Chinese
音
and
可能会
Japanese
延
though,
迟
but
上线。
still.
同时，我
Wait, what did they say here? Wait.
就算是草坪，还
Or
是
is it Chinese only?
分析员想要其他枕头。分析员，你别说，你还真别说。
但是因为工期的问题，日配语音可
Oh,
能会延迟
Japanese
上线。
voices will be
同时，我
delayed.
们还重置了陈星和瑶的好感度剧情，让好感度剧情更加匹配他们现在的人设。
那么希望这些优化能让分析员在游玩时更加的顺心如意。那接下来又要进入愉快轻松的时刻啦。
分析员，要试试朔州放松法吗？
Alright, another redeem code. Alright, here. Let's full swing. More free shit, guys. Another redeem code for you all. Right, get your redeem code. Wait, they just gave us half a temple then. They're the clouds though, man. They don't need the clouds. So far they gave us a half a temple with all the redeem codes. Yeah, but this is on YouTube! I mean, come on! This is on YouTube! This is a long one! This is like 30 plus minutes in already. Yeah, I don't know how this one has no cloud, but the other one had. It's weird.
红烛映喜，祝分析员和少女们幸福长存。
说回正题，今晚的直播就要进入尾声了。最
Oh,
后
it's
再给
coming
大
to an
家
end?
透露点新的
Oh,
信息。
future plans
比如
now.
大家喜欢
Roadmap,
的电脑
guys.
微物理
Roadmap.
反馈技术。
没错，我们后续还有一个
New
全新的
game
玩法
mode
在
added
研
in
究。
the
这个
future.
全新玩法利用了
They're
我
gonna
们之
work
前
on
开发出的
improving the
微物理
physics
反技术，
engine.
并且结合掩体设
Alright.
计，希望给
New
玩家展
shooting
现一个全新的
experience.
射击体验，同时提供更丰富的视角，让分析员
Alright.
能更详细的掌握少女们在战场上的状态和表现。
这个玩法呢和常规的体验呢就不太一样了。分析员主要操控角
Oh,
色都
stealth
在掩体
gameplay
后方进行
experience.
下盾
Okay.
射击、换弹等等行为。同样，这些行为都会产生一些
Enhancing the
特殊物理
physics
反
on
馈。
them.
我们理
Okay.
想中掩体可能会被破坏，所以大家要随时注意掩体的情况。面对不同类型的敌人，在场景的不同掩体中穿梭，寻找安全并且合适的攻击位置。
少女们可以用更灵活的姿态在掩体间穿梭，同时也会因为穿梭或者翻越掩体的动作，带来一些身体细节的自然波
They
动。
can slide their, they can skip their legs across. That looks like it'd be painful.
这也是非常合情合理的嘛。
说的没错，
Alright.
在分析员的带领下，队员们经过一番激战，清理完场景中的敌人后，还可以选择方向纵深推进。不同的方向会面临不同的挑战，当然这些目前还是在研中的一些构想方案，实际效果大家可以等上线之后再亲自体验。
那今天晚上的特别直播就要结束了，感谢大家一直以来的陪伴和支持，提前预祝大家
新年快乐，红红火火，身体健康，万事胜意。
拜拜。
拜拜，评论区见。
等一下，还有一个微信。
停。
Wait, what? Okay. Get Danny dancing. Wait, this is a bit loud. This part is a bit loud. They didn't do the best on the audio balancing. But hey, you got 5 free pulls as well. They give 5 free pulls. There's a 5 or wait, no, we get a 10 pull mate. Wait, no, wait. No, we got 800. Yeah, it's like 5 pulls. Yeah, we got 5 pulls for free. Yeah, this big update, very big. They're adding a bunch of like side stuff, updating old content and everything. Yeah, that is like actually quite big.
直播快要开始啦！
Yeah, we get big update. It's actually really big. They're missing one more. Blissful Swing. Right. Here we go. I'll add this again. I'm gonna make a post on the Discord as well, so people can copy paste them. Alright, I'm gonna go post it. Snowbreak News. There, and I'll pin it. So if you want easy copy paste version of it, it's on Discord. And we get free skin, a bunch of stuff. How many we get? What did we get for here? So this is what they gave us, right? This is what they gave us. 200 with this stuff, another 200 with this stuff, 200 with the reroll materials, another 200 there, and we're gonna get a reroll stat pity next patch. So yeah. Right, get your free stuff. Claim all your free stuff. Big patch coming, we get that. Lots of free stuff. Alright, we get big patch. This shit says the end of the month is just gonna be super busy. Right? Cause like what's next week? Fuck, next week is crazy. This week is like, well, like next week is crazy, right? Like Tuesday we get the, is it Tuesday we get the top 4.6, right? And then what, Wednesday I think is Snowbreak? And then Thursday I think is Infinity Nikki. Like everything is just, yeah. Infinity Nikki update also next week. Right, 1.2 for Nikki should be next week as well. Fuck. It's just crazy. Right, like, it is busy, right? And we have Endfield this week. Right, tonight we have the Endfield beta. Endfield beta is tonight. This week's just crazy, man. Not great. This week. Next week is crazy. Right now it's like, it's calm, but then the next week is just the storm. Right. Because what? Endfield beta is at what time? Yeah, server not available yet, obviously. When's it start? Right, this is when the test server opens. It doesn't have a closing date. So it's not gonna be like 3 days like when we played the NTE beta last year. People just talking about the stuff there, metas, whatever. I just collect them all, whatever. And then we're getting a new Chenching and everything. Oh yeah, we didn't finish this one. Wait, not this one, this one. I guess we go finish this video first, and then we go look at the other one for React.
This is like buying a Monopoly piece by piece. It starts small, patenting a
Okay.
single mechanic here, a
Patent a
gameplay
single one.
system there,
Yep.
and then suddenly, entire genres are locked behind corporate walls.
Yep.
And the scariest part about this is it definitely won't be just Nintendo. They're
Yep.
not the only company that could
If Nintendo
or will take
could do
advantage
it,
of this
others
kind of
will too.
unchecked corporate power. Activision, Blizzard, Ubisoft, EA. Imagine a world where they all start locking down entire genres because they were quote-unquote first. First-person shooters, MMOs, platformers, it doesn't matter. The ripple effects with this kind of precedent could turn into a tsunami that wipes out indie developers entirely. And the result? A world where gaming innovation is at the mercy of a handful of megacorporations. Genres become stale, creativity becomes risky, and entire sections of the gaming community are left out in the cold. And let's say Nintendo wins this lawsuit. Our world
Others
is
will do
forced to
it
bend
too.
the knee, change its core mechanics, or worst case scenario, stop selling copies altogether.
Yep.
What do we gain from that? Our world players aren't suddenly gonna drop the game and go back to Pokemon. Pokemon
Yep.
won't have any competition pushing them to innovate or improve, and Nintendo, they'll only solidify a reputation for stifling creativity and crushing smaller developers. So
Yep.
I ask anyone who's siding with Nintendo, what are you really defending here? Is it pride? Pride in a company that doesn't even know you exist? Whose
Yep.
games you just happen to buy and enjoy? Because at the end of the day, that's all this is. Defending a corporation's monopoly doesn't make Pokemon better. It only makes the gaming industry worse for everyone. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is just the way things are. There's nothing we can do about it. And honestly, I get it. Companies like Nintendo feel too big to challenge. Shoot, most gamers don't even think about these things. They just
Yeah.
want to play the next Zelda or Mario and have fun. But that's exactly why this kind of overreach goes unchecked. The more we accept it, the more normalized it becomes. And look,
Yep.
I don't have all the answers. I'm not going to sit here and tell you to stop buying Nintendo products forever or to boycott every major gaming company, because it's really not that simple. But
Yeah,
what
it's not
I
gonna
can
change
say is
anything.
this: we need to talk about it. We need to call out this behavior, share stories like this one, and keep the conversation alive. Because if we don't, if we let this slide, it won't just be Power World. It won't just be indie games. It'll be
Yeah.
the heart and soul of gaming itself. So here's my challenge to you. Don't let this story fade into the background. Talk about it. Share it with your friends. Or even just take a moment to think about how much you value creativity in gaming. The more we raise awareness, the harder it will be for corporations to get away with this kind of behavior. Gaming isn't just a business, it's an art form. And if we don't stand up for it, who will?
Alright. Oh, what else is there? There is this thing here too. We'll look at this React and we'll do this one and then we'll end it here. Because we already finished all our other slaving in the other games. And then tonight we play Enfield anyways. Right?
It's Powberry. So
I saw
just a
this
heads
in my
up,
recommendation
this is going
feed.
to be a complete yap fest the whole way through.
Because like this
So
one's
if you're not into that,
not
this
just
is your
Genshin
warning.
though, it applies to others.
I've been having a lot of thoughts about Genshin Impact and gacha games in general as of late, and I really just wanted to organize my thoughts, figure out exactly how I feel, and share that with the community. I'm
Alright.
going to be expressing what are strictly my own opinions. So if you find yourself disagreeing with anything that I'm saying, you're more than welcome to express your disagreement in the comments, but just know that I'm speaking only on my own experience. Again, these are my opinions and my thoughts only. So if you're new to this channel, I have been on YouTube since the middle of November of last year.
Okay.
So I'm still super new to this platform and new to making content in general. When I initially started my channel, I was playing 4 different gacha games, which were Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, Atelier Wrestleriana, and also Honkai Star Rail.
Of
But from
course.
the start, my plan for the channel was to only cover Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves out of those 4. And then I was planning to add other games to that list as they came out, one of which was Infinity Nikki, which I am now also playing and covering on the channel.
Okay.
But the more and more I
Yeah,
continued
this thing
playing
like
these
blew up
games,
this
I
video.
unfortunately started to realize that for some of those games, I was playing them because I really enjoyed them and looked forward to hopping on every day. But for others, I was playing them more so because I felt like I had to.
Yep.
And in case it isn't obvious, I want to clarify that I am not monetized, or anywhere near being monetized for that matter. So my sense of obligation for playing these games was not tied to any form of financial reason, but more of a sense of a personal obligation. And I didn't really know why at first, nor did I know when exactly I started to feel that way about these games. Because when I started playing these games, I genuinely loved them all. As of right now, I am no longer playing Honkai Star Rail or Atelier Wrestleriana. But I won't go into depth as to why that is because I'm not covering these games on my channel anyway. This video, as I'm sure you can probably guess by the thumbnail and title, is really about Genshin Impact.
Oh boy.
I first started Genshin Impact when it originally came out during the pandemic. I played it for a little bit, but I couldn't really get into it, so I just dropped it. I picked it up again in either August or September of 2023. I know for sure it was one of these 2 months because I started playing again when Linny's Banner was first released. And I really found a lot of enjoyment in the game the second time around, and I've been playing it since. So I've been playing it for a bit over a year now. Like a lot of people, Genshin was my very first gacha game, and I ended up becoming absolutely obsessed with it. So much so that there was a period of time in which if I wasn't playing Genshin, I would be watching videos about Genshin instead because I
Okay.
love the game that much and even loved just hearing other people talk about it. And even though I know that no game is completely perfect, it was very hard for me to notice any issues with the game because I had nothing to compare it to at the time, since it was my first gacha game. However, after picking up other gacha games down the line and trying new things, I slowly started to notice things that I didn't really like and general problems that I had with the game. And again, I'll say it one more time. My
Alright, hi
problems with the game.
Lucinda.
I'm only talking about how I
Welcome.
personally feel about this game. I'm not going to make this a Genshin versus X gacha game type of video. I'm just going to talk about the things that I've come to realize that I'm really unhappy about with Genshin specifically.
It
So
shouldn't
just
apply
a
to others
warning,
though.
I'm about to complain a lot for the next few minutes about Genshin Impact. And it's not going to be me complaining for the sake of complaining. I
Yeah,
really
as their
want you
model.
to
Okay.
understand all of the issues that I have so you can realize how significant the second half of the video is going to be.
Wonder what the second half is then.
So first of all, I love Genshin's open world.
I
I
don't.
think the areas are beautiful, vibrant,
That's it
and
though.
unique enough to make each region feel different. However,
It's only
lately,
visuals
I'm
though.
finding less and less enjoyment in exploring the world overall.
Gee, I wonder
And
why.
it's not like I've just become bored of the same regions, because I have quite a few areas in Natlan that I still haven't even visited yet. So
It's visually nice, but the world itself is... Yikes.
there's still new places for me to discover.
Visually, it looks great. Don't get me wrong. But from a gameplay perspective, man, is it painful. It's just really boring and just annoying and tedious. Especially when they just force you to go min-picking. And the only thing in there that's in the world for you to do is go loot one-time loot chests. The world itself is completely worthless. They have this big open world, and it's fucking worthless. Yeah, as a waifu husbando collector. But why would I do it there, man? I don't even care for the characters in there anymore, man. I stopped giving a fuck when they became really annoying to deal with. Just look the screen offline. Now here's the thing, man. If all I care about now is just looking at the freaking waifus and husbandos, I'll just search up the fucking H material. Exactly, like Kumaki said. Why would I have to do it in there? Heck, with what I can do, if I wanted to, I could just dump and rip models from the game, put them in a model viewing software, and go deal with them there. I don't know, I could go load up VR chat or something, and go to one of those worlds where, like, people loaded up a bunch of those models anyways, and just use the model. If you really wanted to go goon in the goon cave with them, you have better ways of doing it. You have mods for, like, other things too. If that's what you want to do. Like your own waifu card collector, sure. If that's all you cared for, right? It just says a lot, because then it's like, what's the point of, what's the need, what's the point, what's the need, what's the purpose of having the game there if you just want the art assets in it? Just take out the art assets or go look it up yourself. You skip all the other pain and other bullshit.
However, for me,
that's how I see things.
The traversal has started to feel more and more like a chore.
It's not really the traversals that's the chore, because even if you put a bunch of the quality of life to speed it up, it's how it's used that makes it suck. Right? Because, like, sure, like, you go in Wuwa, they added that freaking fast travel glide thing. But then you realize you're using it to skip over everything. Not because you're using it to use it, and because you want to or whatever, there's anything cool or interesting with it. You're using it to completely skip over everything. Because there was nothing there in the first place. And that's how I see the stuff there. I don't really care about, like, speeding up the traversal personally. Like, I'm okay with things being slower, as long as they build something interesting and actually make use of the stuff around it. Yeah, the problem is the games are shit. They don't have anything in the world. They have a bunch of nice-looking art assets, but the actual world itself is completely worthless and devoid of everything. It's just there. It looks visually nice, but it's, like, really just tedious, annoying, and uninteresting. Like, that's just the reality. So it's like, why would I want to deal with this stuff? It's all empty. And the thing is, Wuwa is even worse with it. You can run without stamina when you're not in combat. But then as soon as you aggro anything, it just becomes annoying. Heck, with Wuwa, I actually get more annoyed because of that. The reason why is it's like, okay, I'm running away from everything. Oh, I aggroed some random ass enemy, and then now it's like, great, now I'm out of stamina in like 2 seconds. So I have to go kill it. It's just that the enemies and stuff, they take like 10,000 years to kill. Some of the characters, to actually do the stuff properly, they're locked behind, they have like, what, 3 different gauges to deal with? At times, you have the concerto, you have the whatever bar on top of your health bar, and then the thing to use the alt. Some of the characters, they need to actually use the alt to function or whatever, so you gotta do that. But the problem is, okay, you go use all your kit, whatever, to go kill a bunch of mobs. And then, like, 20 seconds later, same thing happens again when you're running away from stuff. And now none of your gauges are filled, so you can't use any of your abilities. So now, like, that annoying chore already to kill the trash mobs, just 10x's in length, because you have to go start over and fill up all your bars and everything to go do the same thing again. And, like, it makes me want to, like, actively avoid everything even further because of that. And especially if, like, there's a random shit you gotta climb in your way, and then you randomly get stuck on something while climbing. Like, all of those things, it just combines to make it more annoying. To the point where, like, I just want to completely ignore everything and get past it. And then, of course, they put all the teleports everywhere, so it's like, well, why am I gonna go walk or do whatever there when I can just teleport there, right? So like now and then the 2.0 area, you just glide to the spot, you get the teleport, and then you never walk again. You just do the teleport thing. But then when you teleport, what else you gotta do? Right? You're just teleporting to go into an instanced area to go deal with the annoying shit again. And that's all it is, repeated over and over again. Right? And don't forget the random mints you gotta pick for every character. Right? All that mint picking crap too. And like, yeah, I just like get really annoyed with it. Cause like, yeah, they didn't design anything interesting in there. It's just there. Right? Like, and it's like, it's just really, really annoying. And like, I really don't care or give a fuck for opening a random chest for like 1/20th, like 1/20th or something of a gacha pull. It's really annoying. Even the mint picker himself stopped. Wait, he actually did? Yeah, because the whole thing is just awful. It sucks. It's terrible. Like, I hate it with those things, right? And like, the thing is, like, every issue I have with Genshin is in WUA. The quality of life is quality of life, but it doesn't exactly address the actual core problem. The quality of life isn't the issue there. It's what is underlying it. Because, like, the reality is, I would have a way better experience if a certain aspect just didn't exist entirely. And I would actually like it more if the entire open world was deleted because of how it's handled. Or if they chopped it up into pieces and just made it a bunch of like story stages in a menu and actually made something interesting out of it. Like, here's the thing, right? With Snowbreak, every map in Snowbreak is technically one giant map that they cut up into pieces and divided up into stages. It's why we were able to have these open world type event things in the past. The reason why is because the whole thing was just one big map. But like, it was a complete annoying chore and pain when they had us go do the things and fully do it while it was open as a full thing in events in the past. Right? If you remember was it 1.2 event when they had the thing with the Haru 5-star release. And then later on when they had the swimsuit one like a couple patches later with that island thing, right? And then even further with like all the other ones in like other versions, like because like they at the early part they did one of those like maps like every like other or every 2 patches or something between the patch after that. We had a bunch of those, and it just got really really annoying and tedious to deal with. But like, it was fine when they were just like small sections of that as just regular stages to go through. It's just that when they just had the whole thing up in there, because the problem is, instead of having like things to actually do, it just became, alright, here's a checklist of crap to grab, go do it. Go grab all the things on the checklist. And then they either made you repeat it, right? So they could farm more time out of you on it. Or, like, they just added even more to that map to do more checklist stuff. Right? And it just got really, really annoying really, really fast. Right? Like, it wasn't like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go do the thing and actually go play the actual game thing. And I was there, like, what I actually enjoyed there. Instead, it's just, oh great. I gotta go walk from point A to point B to go grab this random thing here. And then go from there to another thing. And then, except you put like hundreds of points on the map. And you're like, go fuck yourself. Go deal with all this. Right? And like the other thing, too, right? Is it's like when it's just for megabytes of premium currency one time. You realize they're basically bribing you to go do it. Not because you want to, not because it's worthwhile. But because you're being bribed to do it because of how much they starve you of resources. That they're forcing you to go out of your way to go and do that. And like that's the thing there. It's not just a Genshin problem though. It is not.
I feel like at this point in the game, given how many years it has been out, and how much revenue this game has brought in, the traversal should have been significantly improved.
The traversal for me is not the problem. It's the things around it is the problem, not the traversal. Even if you sped it up, I'm still doing the same thing again. I don't think they realize that. It's not traversal. Traversal is not the problem. Because even if you did, what's annoying them is why they're doing it. Not how fast they're doing it. It's the fact that they're doing it and why they have to do it. That is the realization that these people still don't have. And that's really what's going on there.
Improved by now. I just don't understand.
Nothing they can add to it will actually improve it. Because, even if I could fly around the whole map, right, and I moved at, 3x the speed, that isn't going to fix it. That is just the reality, because the problem is still there. The problem and issues are still there. If they're on their honeymoon phase with something else and they don't realize it, then that's on them. But, it is not that.
Why our stamina has to be depleted while we're running around if there are no enemies surrounding us.
How about just not have the stamina while running around, period? Oh wait, no, that's still not going to change anything. Because, yeah, sure, we can go from point A to point B faster. But the act of actually doing it and why we're doing it is the problem. The stamina stuff isn't going to fix it.
You're basically being slowed down for no reason. In combat...
Nah, you're being slowed down because there's nothing there. They're trying to artificially increase your playtime. That's why.
It makes sense for your stamina to deplete because if you had unlimited stamina while fighting, there would barely be any difficulty in the game, right?
I don't know if that would do, man. Having unlimited stamina in fighting. We have infinite stamina in ToF and fighting, but we were still limited on dashes. With radiant encounters? What is this radiant encounters, man?
But being slowed down for no reason while trying to explore just feels bad to me.
Well, yeah, but I also don't want to do the explore.
Has always been an annoyance to me, even when Genshin was the only game that I played. But now it just feels almost unbearable. It feels so painfully slow, and because of the stamina constantly depleting again, and randomly falling off and then having to start over again, I just don't want to do it.
Hey, with Lua Combat, man, filling up all those fucking energy bars is just annoying too. It makes me want to completely avoid combat entirely, especially when enemies take 10,000 years to kill. So I don't want to deal with that either.
It anymore. It's come to the point where I'm reluctant to go certain places.
It's not just Genshin, it's just gachas as a whole. They suck. A lot of them, the open world gachas are shit. Right. Again, all these issues also exist in Lua. It doesn't matter if you have the half-ass quality of life there. If they're really not happy with the exploration stuff in there, maybe the exploration itself sucks, even if they added that in. For me, no level of quality of life will fix the problems itself with the awful open world and the systems they have in there. You can add Lua gliding. I'm still gonna hate it. You can add, you can remove the stamina bar entirely. I'm still gonna hate it. But the actual problem itself is the world itself, while beautiful, it's fucking shit. That's why. But we'll leave a comment afterwards, but yeah.
or complete.
Yeah, random events like NPC arguments lead to tiny quests out of the tribal wars. Raiding encounters like those. No story repercussions, just random. They actually have random encounters in Genshin. You're actually limited to 10 a day, but they're like super basic, where it's just like they only trigger in very specific locations, and you'll just see a random NPC being attacked or whatever, or a random NPC asking you to go give them a flavor of mint that they want. I actually used to do them 10 times daily, all of them, because they would give you a decent amount of Mora experience materials, and you could also use to get friendship things. You were capped at 10 a day. There was a way to exploit it and force more triggers, by logging in and out of the game at a specific spot. But there was like, you could just like abuse it. You would go to a very specific spot in Mondstadt where there's like a hill thingy, and like you could just force it to trigger. I used to do it all the time because like I would use it to like farm specific things, extra materials, because I didn't have enough. I used to do that, but then, like if I didn't have one where it was just kill the 3 trash mobs, I would just refresh it for a different one. Let me see if I can open up a Genshin map so I can show you where it is. There is like a spot to force trigger one really easy. We don't need the full map. This is just an older map here. Oh fuck. Why can't I open the freaking thing bigger? Forbes website is dog shit. Never use Forbes. Website's dog shit, Forbes. There. I don't want to load the whole entire map, but whatever. Mondstadt. If I remember correctly, it was this teleport spot right here. I believe it's this specific teleport spot. You want to like walk a little bit further up here to like this spot where the bump is. I think it was. But yeah, it's like it should be this area. If I remember correctly. I haven't done this in like 2.5 years. Yeah, it's like that specific spot. And like you'll have NPCs right here or whatever. But this specific thing, the Inazuma one is worse because you need to give them materials. It's only the material one there. This one is just like 3 trash mobs that die in like 3 seconds. You would just like you would either have to climb up there or just walk over there, or like they would spawn like over here. It was one of those, and I would just spam farm this one in this spot over here. It was a lot faster. Yeah, and there's the one someone trying to explode himself, yeah. But anyways, I would just do the one that was like right here. Holy fuck, there's over 1,000 common chests now. Over 955 exquisites chests. What the fuck? Look at all the oculi counts. So much crap there that's like worthless. That's too much, man. That's way too much.
Certain things just because the traversal feels so sluggish to me now.
The traversal,
So
honestly,
sometimes I
wouldn't change
just
anything.
won't complete things at all, simply for that reason.
Yeah.
And Genshin has made some improvements to the traversal, in Natlan anyway. Now we can basically possess the Saurians and use their abilities to traverse more quickly and more easily,
But only
which
in
is
Natlan.
nice. But you have to find the Saurian first, and there might not be one
Yeah.
around in the area that you need it in. Another thing they've done is they have added traversal abilities to some of the Natlan characters. With Kachina, you can go up cliffs much more easily. With Milani, you can cross the waters more quickly, etc., etc. But what if we don't have these characters?
Yep.
Or what if we do, but we don't want to use them at that time?
Yeah.
Now we have to edit our party to swap someone out for the character that we do need, just so we can move around more easily.
And this is the same problem with if they add movement to Wuwa Echoes, it's the same thing. Actually, no, it's worse, because now you have to swap Echoes. Which is even worse.
When I think a simple solution would be to just make
It's to force you, yeah. And it's really annoying, too. Here's the thing. Wuwa has a very, very, very low FOV, right? They're using the low FOV in Wuwa to trick you into thinking it's faster than it actually is. The movement in Wuwa is also quite slow. They're using FOV tricks to make you think it's faster than it really is. You're moving at like you're not actually moving faster, but the FOV being low and like more shrunken, it does two things. It tricks people who are easily fooled into thinking they're moving faster, right? Well, actually, it does three things. It obscures your vision even more, and the last thing is because your FOV is lower, they actually don't have to render as many objects to increase performance, which helps them a little bit with their shit optimization, because it means now they don't have to draw and render as many things. And gacha gamers are fucking stupid. Like, the vast majority of them. And when you take all of that into consideration, it makes sense why they have such a low FOV. And it's really, really annoying. Racing games, this is why racing games do the exact opposite. Because you're moving so fast, having the wider FOV makes it easier to see and, like, see what you're driving. And, like, the thing is, right? Like, the human eye, FOV, like, you have IRL, is, like, 180 degrees. Right? Your eyes have an FOV of around 180 degrees. Right? If you cross-eye yourself in the opposite directions, having your eyes go in opposite directions, you technically have even more than that. But just, like, as is normally, you have about 180 degrees of FOV is just what you can see in your actual vision there, right? But, like, with some of these games, man, you're looking at, like, 20, 25 degree FOV. Like, I get why you wouldn't have the game displayed at, like, 180 degree FOV, because you're gonna have a weird fisheye effect, because, like, the thing is further out in front of you, and you're not, like, in the game there with, like, in VR or whatever. So it makes sense. So it's kind of like you're looking into a window, so to speak. But even then, the FOV should still be a lot wider than just, like, 20, 30, 40 degrees. Right? Yeah, you still see players daily. Of course, I see them too. You see them talking in World Chat daily as well. Right? It is what it is. They can do whatever. But yeah, like, field of view does change how you see things there. But also, like, it works in two ways in making things look faster and slower. Same time, though, the thing is, FOV also means you have to render and draw more objects because more stuff is in view. And the thing is, in a 3D space, if you double the field of view in a 3D space, you have to render 8 times more work. There's 8 times more stuff you gotta do, because you're doubling the length, you're doubling the width, you're doubling the height. 2 times 2 times 2, right, is 8. That's the thing, right? Every time you double something in a 3D space, you're actually increasing everything by 8 times. At least 8 times. Yeah, and the only place you put your FOV low and motion blur on, because speed, you want to trick yourself into think things are faster, man. What? Nice meme. Yeah, ToFLive SEA, so many Jap bros on that, yeah. Yeah, your eyes are elongated to proof you can't see your shoulders, yeah. Well, you can't really see your shoulders, but the thing is, right, you still have roughly around 180 degrees. Well, it's not exactly 180 degrees. It's like 170 something degree. Though technically, if you cross-eye yourself, you can actually technically see more than 180. You technically can, if you're able to do it with your eyes, which I actually can. But some people are not easily able to manipulate their eyes to look in opposite directions completely. Because if you do that, you'll hit, like, you should hit around, I think it's, like, closer to, like 200 degrees if you do that. But, like, there's no reason to be doing that. But, yeah. Right, like, FOV, like, the actual, your IRL field of view is a lot wider than it is in some of these games. But again, like, you're kind of like looking through a window there. But like, yeah, like you can see just how zoomed in and how little you can see around you in Genshin right there too. Right? Like, the thing is, if you're where the character is in their spot, it's closer to like 170 degree or something. It's like probably like 176 or something degrees. That's why you can't really see your shoulders. It's almost 180, but not quite. But if you cross-eye yourself, you can see them. The opposite one, not the one where like both of your eyes are like grouped together, but like when you spread them as far apart as possible, you should be able to see much further than that. Like past 180. But yeah. But like the thing is, like, yeah, that's just the reality though. Right? But then you have these games with like 20, 30 degree FOV. Where you can't see shit.
Traversal better, period. It feels like instead they're solving issues in the most inconvenient way possible.
Well, yeah, they're doing it on purpose. And they're not solving the issues either. The issue is still there. They're putting a band-aid. They're not solving the problem, they're adding a band-aid to it. It's not actually there, because even if you had what you think is the solution, the problem is still there. It's not actually being solved.
For example, like I just mentioned, Kachina's ability that allows us to go off cliffs easily.
I don't look at solutions.
That could have been an item that we could just equip and then use no matter what.
I mean, the problem is now if it's an item, you can only equip one item at a time. And now you're gonna go open your inventory every single time to change the item. It's still going to be an annoying problem. Heck, there was a game that annoyed people and was infamous for doing that on the N64 because you had to constantly open the menu and open it to get an item, equip it, and unequip it to complete a specific dungeon in that specific game, and it became very infamous for it. And one of the reasons why people, like, one of the biggest reasons that people point to on why they hate water levels. And of course, I think you guys know what I mean, what I'm referencing here, right? You guys played Zelda Ocarina of Time before, or seen stuff with it with the water temple, right? Because if you know, you know. Every single, it's like every 5 seconds, you had to equip and unequip the iron boots. So you could sink and rise to the top of the water in that game, because you needed to do that to complete that dungeon. That shit was hella annoying. It's like every 5 seconds, you change the water level, equip iron boots, unequip them again, right? Just so you go from the top and the bottom. That shit was hella annoying. At least in the 3DS version, you could equip it into your into one of your sub-weapon slots. So it made it slightly less annoying, but it was still annoying, because then it's like you couldn't put another weapon in there if you wanted to.
Character we're using. They have shown us that they know how to make traversal feel better, and they have the means to do it.
It's just feel better, but doesn't actually make it better. Like, keyword there.
So why lock it behind certain characters, instead of just giving everyone a better traversal experience overall? Another huge pain point for me is the fact that certain materials can only be farmed on certain days.
Yep.
And again, when I was only...
Here's the thing, even if you removed it, the thing that annoys me isn't farming materials on certain days, it's the excessive amount of materials you have to farm, period. Like, even removing the certain day stuff isn't going to fix it. Because the problem is still there. And it only exists because they're selling you the solution via the battle pass. And it's not even a solution, they're selling you a band-aid. The actual thing is, they're shit. That's just the reality. It's shit. That's all.
Only playing Genshin, I didn't think there was anything wrong with that, or abnormal, or anything. But of course, having played other games now, I am left sitting here thinking, why?
Well, I know why they're doing it. Again, they're doing it to artificially inflate your playtime. The thing is, even if they're removed, doing it on certain days of the week, it still doesn't change the fact that you're basically doing the same thing still. Right? Just not on certain days of the week. And they want you to do it an excessive amount. An extremely excessive amount. And, like, for me, at some point, especially when, like, some of these games will let me just auto-clear sweep the stuff, at least, and they don't require that nearly as many materials, right? I can at least ignore that part when they don't have me actually doing it. But when I have to actually deal with the shit inside there and just get annoyed by it, that's a completely different perspective there.
This by far is probably one of the worst things about the game, in my opinion. I very recently pulled Mavuika and was looking forward to using her.
Except you
I
can't.
hopped on Genshin one day ready to farm.
The thing is, this is not a Genshin only problem. Sure, you're stuck on certain days of the week, but I go play a different game and then yeah. MMOs forcing you to farm daily develop a head to habit, yeah. Making it making it normal to do something you hate, yeah. Like these gachas, they have all the worst aspects of MMOs, but none of the good stuff. And like they make the parts that I hate even worse because there's nothing else to do outside of it. At least with the MMO, you actually have an actual bit of game content to play with after the fact. But like, man, these things though, they suck. Like when you don't even have that, you're just there. And the thing is too, not all MMOs were like that. Remember, World of Warcraft before Legion, you had dailies, but that was only if you wanted to do something very specific, and a lot of it was tied to cosmetics. Remember like the Raptor mount or the Winter Spring Frost Saber stuff? Right? Back in like Vanilla WoW, whatever, and they updated later on. Right? You had dailies and stuff tied to it, but like you only did it because of a cosmetic. You wanted the mount? Great. If you didn't want the mount, then ignore it, right? You had similar stuff as well for like other things too, but a lot of it was just all tied to like, oh, you want a tabard because it looks nice or whatever. Cool, then you can go do this thing. Otherwise, completely ignore it. It doesn't matter. Or like you had stuff that was like thematic around you actually doing content. Like you had a bunch of different factions related to like, oh yeah, they have like a raid content out. There's a faction associated with people, you know, fighting against the villains or whatever that are involved in that raid. As you go kill mobs and do stuff in the raid, your reputation with the people in that faction associated with it will go up. Great, that's cool, right? You had like a lot of like just thematic stuff instead, but like everything was optional. Right? Like, there was a fucking Plants vs. Zombies minigame daily you could do as well. But, like, there was no actual value to doing it. It was more of, like, a fun side thing you could do. Right? You had similar stuff, right? You had, like, you had the same thing with, like, weeklies. Right? I remember, like, Wrath of the Lich King, you had the Winter Grasp, right? I think it was called Winter Grasp, the area, with that PvP zone. If you were on the team that the faction that got winning control, you got an extra special set of like weekly missions you could do, as well as access to the Vault of Archivon raid. Right? All those things, it's like, yeah, you would get extra honor and stuff by doing those missions and stuff like that. But you would do it more like because you wanted to. And when it was on your, it was just like a side thing you would do. You could get like a mammoth mount. There was like a 3-seater mammoth mount, I believe, that did not have the vendors on them. Unlike the repair mount in Dalaran that you could get there. There was like another smaller mammoth mount. There was like a tabard and some PvP gear you could buy from vendors there. Right, I remember doing that stuff. You had the similar thing in Cataclysm as well with whatever that island was called. Tol Barad, right? Yeah, AQ World Daily for new classes and stuff, remember? Exactly. The thing is, though, you didn't have to do it if you didn't want to. Right? But, like, yeah, the same thing, though. Wait, no, I thought you were talking about Encourage for a second. Gates of Encourage, right, from Vanilla WoW was, like, you just had to collect a bunch of materials and submit them. It was, like, that thing. I never played AQ Worlds. I never heard of that game. But, like, I'm just talking about, like, WoW from what I remember, because I used to play WoW like crazy for years on end as a kid. Right, and you had like similar stuff. You had the same thing, Miss of Pandaria. You had daily stuff as well associated with stuff. But those dailies, again, they were all fun, optional side things that you could do. Sure, at the launch of the game before the raid opened, you had vendors selling slightly better gear that you could get, that it was slightly better than Heroic Dungeons. It's just that, like, a month later, when the raid opened and stuff, or like, and you had LFR, you had just way better gear dropped in LFR anyways. And, like, outside of faction tabards or the Order of the Cloud Serpents, for the Cloud Serpent mounts, they were all completely optional. Oh wait, no, Shadowpan faction had the black Cloud Serpent mount as well. But like again, you were doing it for cosmetics, not because you had to or anything. It was all because of cosmetics, right? Same thing again. Like what else do they have in there as well? In Wrath of the Lich Kings, when they had the Argent tournament as well, every faction thing had like their own specific mounts in like as like a cosmetic reward, and they all had a pet and a tabard. And again, you only did it because of like the cosmetic reward there. A lot of the stuff in there, it was completely fun side stuff that you would do. I remember like as well there was an area in what was that zone called? Storm Peaks. For the Vrykul, there was like a faction of them that was in there. You could get a daily where there was like a random RNG wall drop to get the polar bear mount. And then there was another thing as well in a different zone in there as well where you got the green proto drake, right? As like a random drop from the egg thingy. Right? Like they were all like just fun little side cosmetic stuff that you could do because you wanted to, not because you needed to. Right? And it was just all sorts of that stuff. Just all fun little side things. Right? And there were tons of those. Right? Like, you had, again, like Kata, they also had you had like a hippogriff one behind another faction as well. Again, like, it was all, you did it by choice, not because you were forced or you had to do it. Right? So, like, it had a different thing there where, like, you were just playing the game for the content you liked. For the most part, you actually got to play the actual game. You weren't just ticking checkboxes and doing chores all day. That's what World of Warcraft used to be. Right, and I loved going around farming cosmetics. It was optional. You would choose either daily or cash. Okay. I see. But yeah. It's a lot more, it's a lot better when the whole thing is you choose to do it because you want to, and you actually like the thing there. Right? When it becomes a want instead of a need. The problem is, it's not a want, it's a need. And the more it becomes of a need, and the more they pile you on with these chores, right? It feels less like you're playing a game and more like you're working a job. And like that's the annoying thing, like that, like almost all of these gachas end up being. At least some of them have the decency to just let you auto clear instantly complete your stuff. Cause like I get it, the idea of forcing you to log in daily as a habit. But if you're gonna make me forced to you're gonna try to make that habit out of me doing it daily. Make it as quick as possible with the least amount of work or effort, because I'm not actually playing the fucking game. But when that becomes the only thing you're doing in there, you're not actually playing the game anymore. You're just doing jobs and you're basically just working another job. Right? Except you're not getting paid or anything, and it just sucks. The whole thing is annoying. And like I don't like that either.
Materials for the weapon that I wanted to use on her.
But yeah, like the open world just makes that aspect worse.
I'm not able to farm these materials at all today.
Yeah.
And sure, there are other days that I could farm. But what if I don't want to farm those days? What if...
Yeah, that's true. What if you don't? But at the same time, the farming itself is also just the problem. Making it available every day isn't gonna solve that.
If I'm busy, then I have to wait for when I'm ready to farm and hope that it's on a day in which I'm able to do so.
What do you mean no nipples? Why would I have nipples?
This restriction feels so unnecessary. And again, the developers have shown us that they have the means to do it. And that they can change that.
Yeah, no player choice is gold standard these days. Yeah, unfortunately it is. It sucks.
Because they've already done it. only in a very specific situation.
Yep.
So when you stop playing Genshin for 2 weeks and you come back to the game, you will be greeted with something called the Stellar Reunion.
Yep.
And the Stellar Reunion gives you a few benefits, one of which is being allowed to farm any material on any day. So it's not
Okay.
like they don't know how to implement this or aren't able to do it. They've already done it. But you can only take advantage of that during the Stellar Reunion. And you'd think, why add this feature? Why add this benefit?
Then why would I have nipples exposed on my model here? You know, that would violate TOS, man. Of course not.
To the Stellar Reunion. Is it because they know how valuable it is? And they know it will make players want to stick around and take advantage of this? Of course. They know players want this. So why not have it available always? So back to my
The whole point is to artificially increase your playtime to form more habits. That's why. The whole thing is psychological.
original point about this. If I'm only able to farm on certain days,
Like, I
and
just don't want to
happen
farm
not
at
be in
all.
the mood to play those days, I either force myself to play even though I don't want to, because I need
Here's the thing. Even if you remove that, I'm basically forcing myself to log in every day with all these other ones.
to build my character, or I can wait for a day in which I do want to farm and hope that I can. So the result of all this is me not having a good time playing because I'm forcing myself to play when I didn't want to, or waiting for when I'm in the mood to play and taking much longer to finish building my character.
Yep.
Another thing that is becoming more
I mean, the whole thing as well with building the characters just demotivates me from doing it entirely. And now if I don't want to, if I can't even, like, put the characters to use, and if I have to go through that long-ass tedious process to make them usable, I'm just not gonna even bother in the first place. Like, the reality is, for, like, these games, man, building new character, completely burnt out, even if I haven't touched it in years, and completely demotivated because of what happens next. But it's not a Genshin exclusive problem. Right? And it's like, hey, I want to go play it immediately.
more and more of an
Right.
issue for me is the lack of a skip button.
A skip button is not going to solve the problem. I don't see skip button as a solution to the problem. Because if you want to skip it, it says a lot about what the hell is going on. It is not the skip button is not a solution. It just lets you ignore the problem, personally. I think there's something wrong if you want to skip. That said, the fact that we all want to skip the story and stuff in Genshin, it means that the thing is shit. That's what it means. It means the whole thing is shit, and we don't want to deal with it. So I just choose the ultimate skip button and completely stop touching the thing entirely. Right? And then that's how I see it. When it makes you want to it makes you feel like you want to just skip everything, well, maybe you just don't want to do it in the first place. Right? Like, maybe the whole thing itself is just bad. And that's just the reality, but no one wants to admit it. Yeah, I just end up skipping the game entirely. Exactly. Because I'm not in there for anything else. And the thing is, here's the problem, honestly. What else is the point of the game there? Right? Because if all you're doing is just random ass tedious chores, right, that you don't want to do, and you'd rather skip that and ignore that, right? You're not actually playing the actual game because there's no actual game there, and you want to skip whatever story is in there, why do you even bother to log in? Yeah, I don't know, her PNG does look like she's just going to cry, that is true. It does kind of give that vibe that she's going to cry. But, like, yeah, like, think about it. Right? But, like, yeah. Like, think about it. Like, what else are you doing it for? Why do you even bother to log in? Right? Maybe there's something else that's wrong that they don't want to admit it, they haven't realized. You know, maybe. Just maybe there's something wrong, you know? Maybe.
And even though I think that players should get to choose whether or not they want to experience the story, I'm actually not talking about skipping the story. I'm talking about skipping completely useless dialogue, such as dialogue we are forced to button mash through in daily commissions, for example.
You have that in Mua too, man.
There is no reason why we shouldn't be able to skip those cutscenes. We have all experienced Timmy asking us to feed the pigeons a
Yeah.
million times. Why do we have to sit through it again and again and again?
Yeah, forever trapped playing shit
And
games.
sure, it
yeah.
may not take a whole lot of time to button mash through it, but it's just the fact that we have to do it.
Yep.
It's just an annoyance that could be so easily solved. I also think side quests and even world quests should be skippable.
Yeah.
And I know that you can learn a lot about the lore through those quests, but again, I just think players should have the choice whether they want to learn those things or not. Maybe there are players who don't care about the lore at all, and they just like Genshin for the combat and exploration. I think those players should be able to play the way that they want to. Something else I'm not very happy with is the resin capping out and not having any reserves.
I mean, they do it again on purpose. They want you to log in every single day. The reserve thing is dumb anyways, because I don't look at it the way they think. I look at it as if, okay, they're only gonna let you hold this amount, right? They can only let you hold, let's say, 200 in there, right? Or, you know, even if they have the reserve thing, it's the same thing. It's just it lasts longer, but it fills at a slower rate, right? Like, I don't really care too much about that type of stuff in there, because it's not going to change the fact of what you're doing with it. And the thing itself you're doing with it sucks.
The fact that there are still no artifact loadouts, and just
Yeah.
general quality of life updates that the community has been asking.
Like, for me, honestly, no quality of life would ever fix it. You know, I'll just make my comment now. Right. Yeah. Half-baked. Especially. For all the same reasons and issues I have. The actual game itself, while visually they look nice, at the core, it's missing the actual game, and it's really just a shit open world that they have to force you and bribe you to deal with. That's a chore. Actually, fun. Like, it's cool. In Wuwa, you got no stam when out of combat same time. Random annoying trash mobs take 10,000 years to kill and will immediately break all your pacing and slow you down every randomly aggro one. Still slows me down like crazy. The combat instead as well ends up being an annoying chore to especially with all the character gauges gotta fill out. Time to the world itself just sucks. Alright, we're just gonna put it in there. You're only dealing with the stuff there because both games force you to pick character specific mints. Upgrade them. And they want an extremely excessive amount outside of that. It's just terrible, worthless, one-time loot chests that contain shit amounts of premium currency worth like 1/20th of a gacha pull. Right? If this stuff wasn't there, you probably wouldn't bother with the open world itself. It's completely missing any semblance of world and level design. In reality, all you want is a way to go through it faster because the entire thing sucks and you want to deal with it less. Reality is flying through it at 10x speed won't change that. Just means you go through it faster. As for character and weapon materials being logged behind certain days, honestly, even if it wasn't, I still hate it. Especially with how excessive the amount of materials required are. Even worse, further you are into the game. Pull new character, but cannot use them for literal for several weeks unless you were actively pre-farming for that character. Lua has the same issue too. Technically, yeah, despite not being locked behind specific days, the total amount you actually have to farm is significantly higher. You get much less value per wave plate than you do per resin. Reason why these devs do this, though, is so they can force habits. Forcing them to log in daily. Eventually, the goal with this is to get more sales, is to get them to potentially swipe. Right? That said, end result, though, game itself is lacking actual game, and 99% of login time is instead spent doing annoying chores daily. 99% of your login time is spent doing annoying chores daily to hide the fact that there never will be any content and to throttle you down significant. I'd be a lot more giving if they let us just skip all the bullshit chores entirely, even if we still by clicking an auto clear button. Or even if we didn't have to, I'd be more forgiving if we could just sweep everything. Same time too. In the end, all you're doing it for is to fight the same HP sponges again, but this time in a stupid circle with a timer and more inflated stats. At that point, even the combat just becomes another annoying and tedious chore to add to the list of annoying and tedious chore. As a result, I choose the ultimate skip button. The uninstall button. But yeah, hey, if she does, man, great. I choose the ultimate skip button. The I'm gonna uninstall the entire game button. Quality of life is not gonna fix it. Quality of life will not fix the game. If you have the problems, you're still going to have the problem. Right? Like, the thing is, quality of life won't fix the issues, man. No, none of them will fix the issues.
For years, and the developers just won't implement them for some reason. Lastly, I just want to bring up the rewards. I think it's no secret that Genshin's rewards are typically on the stingier side compared to other gacha games. And I've accepted that because that's just how it.
And if you're only in there for the rewards, man, that says a lot about the game. If you only care about the rewards. But that's the other problem with gacha player mentality, too.
It's always been, right? However, this last thing they did was kind of the final straw for me personally. For once, they were going to give us 20 whole.
Well, that's for Chinese New Year. I'm gonna guess she doesn't know what Chinese New Year is. I'm gonna guess she doesn't know what Chinese New Year is.
Whole pulls, which for Genshin is huge. I mean, that's like giving away 1,000 pulls for them, let's be honest. And I was excited about those rewards. Until I learned that we were not going to get those 20 pulls
until Chinese New Year?
After both Mavuika and Seatlolly's banners were.
Yeah, but if you also get a calendar, you can see it's for Chinese New Year. And they're doing it for Lantern Rite. It's like, gee, I wonder why. It's like, I wonder why they're doing it. Like, it's not rocket science or anything on why they're doing it for Chinese New Year. They're celebrating the freaking actual big holiday, Chinese New Year. It just so happens that the reward is on Chinese New Year and the new characters are before that.
Over. It is the first time they decide to run 2 brand new units at the same time, and they choose not to extend the duration of the banner. And they decide to give the rewards only after both characters are gone. For me, this just feels like a brand new level of greed, and I'm frankly getting a little tired of it. So why, after realizing that I had so many issues with the game, did I still continue to play it? For what reason? Were the developers going to come after me for quitting their game? No. Was I going to be financially impacted by quitting? No, because like I said, I am not monetized. I was not making any money off of it. So why did I still keep playing? I have been sticking with Genshin.
You're forced to if you actually want to do anything.
Towards it.
That's the problem. It's Stockholm Syndrome and they force you to do it. I'm actually like completely demotivated of pulling from like any of these games. Like, I'll go click the button, but it's like, even if I pulled that character, right? Even if I pulled Carlotta, you know, when I was playing Lua 2.0, it still wouldn't change anything. Because it's like, what do I have to deal with after to actually make her usable? I have to go farm all the annoying-ass echoes and stuff. I have to go get all the materials in that. I need to get a bunch of shell credits. I need to go get her Ascension materials, too. I gotta go upgrade her skill stuff. Like, I have to deal with all of that. Like, the thing is, like, Genshin locks you to farming materials for skill stuff at certain days of the week. And Lua just doubles the total amount instead. Because they added significantly more stuff to upgrade. Right, you have to level up all of their, like, the skills. They have 5 skills to level up now. But then each of those have extra nodes on top to level up, too. It's like, great, you made the problem even worse. Because it's like, you gotta click and get through all the other nodes, too. On top of just leveling up their skills. Right? It's like, I really hated it being one specific way in one thing. But then you just make it even worse. It's like, why would I even want to deal with it even more? Why would I? Why would I want it, like, why, if I hate it in one place, why would I like it in another place that makes me do it even more? Even if it doesn't lock me to certain days of the week. I just don't, like, I don't feel like doing it ever. It's not like, do I want to do it later? No, it's like, I don't want to do it, period. Right? It's like that was part of one of my issues with Grand Blue Relink. Because the reality is there was barely any actual game content in Grand Blue Relink. Instead, what they did instead is they tried to farm your playtime by making you do an excessive amount of chores and excessive amounts of grinding. Like, yeah, technically you could leave the game open the menu, start a challenge thingy, and just let your party members kill the thing slowly. Like, you could do that. But, like, it doesn't change the fact that the problem is there, and you have to keep doing it for hours and hours on end. So you would have heavily inflated playtime, but the actual game content is barely nothing. Because, like, the reality is, like, Grand Blue Relink, to get to the main story, it's gonna take you, like, 16 to 20 hours. But, like, a good 6 to 8 hours of that is just you farming the same stage over and over again, just so you can progress through the story. And then, outside of that part, like, if you want to do all the other stages after that, you complete the main story, you just spend hundreds more farming the same stuff again, so you can upgrade all the character materials, just so that you can eventually go fight the harder version of the same HP sponges. Right? Like, that whole thing just became, like, super tedious and annoying. And, like, it had no reason to be that way. But they made it that way anyways, because there's, like, no actual content or anything in there. Right? That was, like, my problem with that thing. At least I got the game for free, because if I actually bought Grand Blue Relink, I would have refunded it. After I realized that was what you had to do. I would have just refunded the entire game. I'm like, yeah, no. Which, technically speaking, refunds cost the developer money. Like, the thing is, if you buy a game on, like, Steam, for example, and you refund it, what's actually going on is, yeah, they had the sale first, they took the money, right? But then to refund the actual purchase, Steam will not only will the developer not get paid the amount that you refunded, they will also have to pay to refund the money. Because the way the refund works, right? The thing is, like, you have, like, you buy something on, like, Visa, with your, like, your Visa debit card, or your MasterCard, or whatever, or your credit card. The payment processor, they charge a fee per transaction, which they will have to pay. Same time, refunds, they charge another fee. Usually it's like $15 plus another percent fee, plus the actual transaction amount. It's something like that. So, like, the refunds are actually expensive. It costs them a lot of money. And Steam will pass over those refund fees to the developer. Like, refunds will actually cost them money to actually do. Right? Like, they actually have to pay for the refunds. It's not just them, like, taking, oh yeah, here you go. Here's your money back. They'll just give you your money back. There's a lot more involved because of all those fees and stuff associated with refunds. Right? But yeah. JP bros are yes men. Many CM bros who offend due to Genshin's constitution. No, not constitution, contribution to the gaming industry. What contribution, man? They haven't really contributed anything. I wish Genshin stayed as a Zelda Breath of the Wild clone. If it, like, stayed with the design fundamentals of being a Zelda clone, I would still play Genshin. But that's never going to happen. They stopped doing that stuff and completely shifted direction after it became a success. And they realized they didn't have to put in any of that work or effort. They could just put a bunch of random good-looking art assets and call it a day. Like, that's just the reality. Right? It's never going to change. It's never going to improve. It's just only going to get worse. Because they don't need to do anything with it. And then you get a clone of that in Wuwa, which does the exact same thing again, with half-assed petty quality of life. That's even worse than their previous game. Yeah, like flexing CN Gacha game making people gambling addicts. I guess, I don't really think that's a positive contribution though, but sure.
A while. Simply because I felt like I had to.
Well, yeah, because they force you to. You can't use the new character you pulled for unless you log in daily and do all your shit there. Wuwa has the same problem too. It's gonna take forever to make the characters usable because of that. Even though the materials aren't locked behind certain days of the week, the amount of materials you gotta farm are extremely excessive and just really annoying. I'd rather not deal with that. But hey, you unfortunately don't get that choice.
And the actual reason as to why I felt that way was not so obvious to me until I really stopped to think about it all. I knew that one reason was because I spent money on the game and I felt bad abandoning it after doing so. But that didn't really feel like it was the main reason in my case.
Okay.
After really thinking about it, I've come to the conclusion that I think the actual reason I felt that way is because this was once my favorite game. It was my first gacha game and introduced a beautiful open world that I was truly excited about and characters that I absolutely loved and still love now. In fact, my favorite gacha game character is Navia, and not just my favorite Genshin character, my favorite character across all gacha games, period.
Yeah, this
The
is the
game made me
addiction,
feel
man.
really happy, and I
Yeah.
found ways to enjoy and experience Genshin even when I wasn't playing it. So I guess I just feel sad that my feelings towards the game have changed so drastically, and I guess I was kind of in denial about how strongly I was feeling that way. I really wanted to convince myself that I still loved the game just as much as I
They're
did
forcing
in the
them.
past.
Yep.
I
Forcing
kept
themselves to
wanting
do
to
it.
hold on longer and longer and hope that things might change.
They never
Or I
will.
should say that the things that I'm unhappy about would change. But I just don't think it's worth holding on anymore. Because now I'm playing simply because I feel like I should, and because I'm remembering the good
Yep.
times that I used to have. I'm not playing because I want to. I'm
Yep.
not playing because I'm still having a great time. I think I just don't want to waste my time and energy on things that I don't enjoy anymore.
Yep.
Having said all of this, I have not completely lost hope for Genshin.
I gave up on it
I will be
completely.
on the lookout for their updates and see if they make any meaningful quality of life changes that would make the game more enjoyable for me. But until those things happen, I'll just be waiting on the sidelines.
Yeah, like, again, like, with what she's saying, I don't think quality of life will fix her problem. Because it really sounds like she just doesn't like the things, period. You add the quality of life, but the issues are still there. It's just a band-aid. The reality is she doesn't like doing the shit in there, but doesn't realize and doesn't want to admit it. That's the reality.
Forcing myself to play a game that I'm already feeling negatively about is just going to make me end up completely hating it in the end. But I also just want to say that if you are someone who is currently playing Genshin Impact and you genuinely enjoy the game and think it's great, then that's wonderful. And I'm genuinely happy for you, and I wish that I felt the same. I don't want my opinions to influence how others feel about the game at all. This is really just me talking about how I feel, and that's it. One of the reasons I felt the need to even say all of this is because I have a few Genshin videos on my channel and was originally planning to make more. So this video is also acting as a kind of channel update, letting you know that that's no longer going to be the case. I have no idea when I'll be playing it again, or if I ever will play it again.
Okay.
That will solely depend on if the developers make the changes that I'm personally looking for or not. But again, if you're enjoying Genshin, then keep enjoying it. Don't let the opinions of others impact your own experience. If you're happy with it, then that's all that matters. But Genshin is ultimately what made me realize that I had a very harmful relationship with gacha games overall.
Yeah.
Not just Genshin, but also with Atelier Wrestleriana and Honkai Star Rail. And on that topic, there is one more thing I want to talk about. And I just want to be clear that what I'm going to say from this point forward is no longer about Genshin Impact, but
Okay.
gacha games in general.
There we go.
If you are someone who started playing a gacha game and loved it at first, but are not having a fun time playing it now, and you have no financial incentivization to do so, then just
Yep.
drop it. Because one, you owe it to yourself to spend your free time doing the things that you enjoy. And two, you have no real obligation to play. Because do you know what you actually owe these gacha developers?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I think it's so easy to develop a harmful relationship with gacha games, even if you're a free to play player.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that gacha games do is that they try to become a part of your daily life.
They do it on
To
purpose to
become
get
a
you.
habit that you will have a difficult time breaking. What I mean by this
Oh yeah, because they
is
make the experience really, really bad, and make it less bad if you spend with a lot of them. Yeah, they do it on purpose. They do it on purpose. Right.
all of these games have dailies. They
Yep.
might be called different things in different games, but they are
They
missions
suck.
that you are expected to complete every single day for rewards that really aren't worth it on a
Yep.
day-to-day basis.
They're not.
For example, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, and Genshin Impact all give you 60 in-game currency per day. That is less than half of a pull per day.
And think about it this way, the amount of time you spend doing the dailies. You factor in the time you spend doing that and the time you spend doing something else. And let's say you work minimum wage at McDonald's, man. Right? Instead, you take the combined time you spend every month doing dailies and compare that, the amount of time, to how many hours you'd have to work on McDonald's to match that. And then you realize that, like, an hour's worth of minimum wage is worth more. It's, like, worth more than, like, the several hours you spent in the entire month to do all that. Right? Because if you look at it as a chore, it's something you just work, you realize, like, that's what's really going on for a lot of them. Like, it's one thing if you, like, you just log in for a minute, you claim all the stuff, and you're good to go there. Right? And when it's like that, then I'm fine with that. Right? Infinity Nikki's mostly like that. Snowbreak we know is like that, and ToF we know the dailies don't matter. Instead, I just doing it to stockpile a bunch of gold nuclei so that I can collect more of the units at the standard banner in the future. Not like we're ever actually going to use them. Because I'm going to use them, because I'm not. But more so because, hey, why not? I chose to do it. The actual rewards in the dailies and ToF, completely worthless, right? I do join ops every day, but I'm never going to roll the gear I get from them. I'm just collecting the condom gift materials because I can. If they didn't have the condom gift materials, I wouldn't even be spending vitality at all because there's like nothing to spend it on. Like, I guess the dimension trials auto clear. Right? But like, that's it. Switch 2? Really?
Missing
I
one
already
day of
dropped the
dailies
trailer?
really
Okay.
isn't going to make a huge difference in your account. And yet, many people,
Missing a month is not going to make a difference. You get so little for it.
myself included, feel like they can't miss dailies even for one day. And one of the reasons is because completing these dailies has become a habit that is hard to
Yep.
break, whether you realize it or not. And when you have been partaking in the same habit for a long period of time, it can be really difficult to stop because you're just so used to doing it without even really thinking about why you're doing it.
Yep.
Another reason some players might have trouble dropping a gacha game is because of sunk cost fallacy.
Yep.
If this term is new to you, it is described as a phenomenon whereby a person is reluctant to abandon a strategy or course of action
Because they spend
because
too
they
much
have
in.
invested heavily in it, even when it is clear that abandonment would be more beneficial.
Yep.
In other words, the way this can be applied to gacha is you spend money on a gacha game, and because of that, you feel like you should keep playing, Probably because you think it will make your expense more worth it.
Yeah,
And this really doesn't make much sense
it does not.
because continuing to play the game won't get you your money back.
Yeah, it's not actually gonna run them that way. You know those like that's fake, right? You know it's fake, right? Just like when Nvidia said the RTX 4090 is equal to the RTX 5070, which is also complete bullshit and fake. You're not getting actual real frame rate. The game is not actually gonna be 4K either. They're gonna be upscaling it and using fake frames to get that for you. And like at the point, like Nvidia can do 4 times frame generation, meaning 60 FPS can be achieved with the game running at 15 FPS. It means that they can get even lazier and make the game run at 15 FPS, and they'll add fake frames to make it look like 60. But yes, it will look like 60 FPS, but the actual game itself is operating at 15. Frame generation is shit. Like the actual experience with it. It makes things look smoother, but it heavily increases input latency because the game itself is operating 4 times slower. It just looks like it's drawing 4 times more frames, but the actual game itself is running much slower. Right? The same time too, if you move quickly enough when you're doing when you're moving the camera, whatever, it's the actual artifacting you get from the frame generation makes things look a bit off. It's hard to show it in a video because of compression. Especially with like YouTube compression only lets you show so much bitrate. Same with Twitch. Twitch is even worse with that. You can only see so much. And because of that, it's a lot easier to trick people when they're looking at a video on there versus actually having it out in front of them in person. Right? But yeah.
The money has been spent. It is gone.
Like fake frames is fake
and
frames.
it will remain gone whether you continue playing or not. If you are feeling remorseful for spending that money, then use that as a learning experience and remember that feeling of remorsefulness the next time you're about to spend on a gacha game.
Yep.
But don't force yourself to continue playing because you think it will make your expense more worth it, because it simply won't.
Yep.
Coming to terms with my feelings about Genshin and gacha games in general, I have decided that moving forward, I will only play games that make me happy. And right now, the only games that are doing that for me are Infinity Nikki and Wuthering Waves. That's it. I'll be trying some of the new upcoming gacha games like Ananta, Neverness to Everness, Azure Promilia, etc. But if I'm not enjoying them, then I'm just going to stop playing them and that's it. And if one day I feel like I'm not enjoying Wuthering Waves or Infinity Nikki anymore, then I'll drop them too. I don't care. I refuse to expend any more energy on things that I'm not enjoying.
Hey, for me though, like, I immediately saw every single issue I had with Genshin. And like the whole issue is like at the fundamental base level as well. And I could not ignore or skip them because you're forced to deal with them whether you like it or not. I'm just like, no, I hate this shit in Genshin. No amount of speeding it up will make me not hate it. Right? And then I realized what else is left in there. There's nothing actually there. So I completely just gave up and I like, no. And it's never going to change either. Like, we know it's never going to change. They'll just add a new map and have more of the same thing. Quality of life is never going to fix the issues for me. Because the issues themselves, the actual solution, is them to remove stuff entirely.
And that are not offering any real value in my life. If you're somehow still here, thank you so much for listening and sticking around until the end. I know it was a lot of complaining, which is pretty difficult to listen to sometimes. So I really appreciate you staying around for the conclusion. At the end of the day, what I want to say is just play what you want and what makes you happy. Bye bye, and I'll see you next time.
Alright, that's the end of that one. Oh, here we go. Switch 2. Okay, we'll end the stream after this, but tonight. Arknight Endfield is tonight. What, 10 p.m. Eastern or whatever? I also have an announcement on my Discord server. I have to go make a thumbnail and stuff later. Where is it? Announcements. Right, we're going to be playing Arknight's Endfield tonight. The time was here. I'll have to make a thumbnail and everything and prep it up later. But yeah, you guys will know that, right? Cool. But like honestly, like the Switch 2, it just sounds like big copium and shit. Yeah, I want to see what they did too. I haven't looked at the first bit of Arknight's Endfield because I didn't play the beta before, but we'll see how it is now. They just changed the Joy-Con rails, I know that. You know, whatever, put all that stuff there. Better kickstand, I guess. Sure. The Joy-Cons are a bit bigger now. That's nice that they're a little bit bigger. But unless they put Hall effect sensors, these Joy-Cons are just gonna be as awful as the original ones. Unless they completely change them to Hall effect sticks, which I highly doubt, because Nintendo can just sells them for like $100 a pop for like a pair of them, and they can sell more if they break. Like if they break, you know, they're gonna just sell more. If they just break and start drifting. Because the reality is people aren't gonna go send them in for repair. They're not going to go rip them apart and fix them themselves. The vast majority of people. But they can get easy $100 per sale by just selling another pair every single time. Right? That's why they're like that. It's why the Xbox controller as well is dog shit with that too. It's why the PS5 controller and the PS4 controller also dog shit for the same reasons. Unlike the older ones where like the PS3 and older controllers from Sony, for example, they had Hall sensing sticks. I think the Xbox 360 had them too. That's why those things lasted forever, and no one complained about them. But yeah. Bought the controller instead, and then after years drifted. The thing is, the controller, I hate I honestly don't like the ergonomics and shape of the Nintendo Pro Controller as well. Like, I'd rather, like, get some weird adapter to use an Xbox controller, or a different third-party controller with, the Xbox shape. I actually don't like how Nintendo has the ABXY a bit offset on their Pro Controller. I find it really annoying. Because it's like, two of the buttons become much further to reach, and two of the buttons are closer together, and it just annoys me. I do not like their Pro Controller. You get like a third-party one. You got a GameCube third-party. Some of them are nicer anyways, yeah. Like, I don't really like that, but like, I also just don't play on my Switch anymore. I haven't used my Switch in over a year. The last time I booted up my Switch and charged it was to play the Scarlet and Violet DLC for Pokemon. That was the last time I did anything with my Switch. Because, like, the reality is, like, yeah, I do play stuff portably on a handheld. I just use my Steam Deck for that. Because the games just run better, they look better. Also, the games I actually want to play are there, and actually, you know, I can actually play them instead of them performing like shit. Yeah, like, I don't touch it on there anymore because I have better things I can use. I like the idea, like, these handheld devices and stuff like that that are portable. I really do. I grew up with stuff like the Game Boy, the DS and stuff as well. I had PS Vita and all that other stuff. It's just that, you know, if I have the choice to actually use a better product that actually does what I need it to do better, I'm going to use the better product. Right? I'm going to use the one that doesn't feel like shit to hold in the hands. Because honestly, like, without a case, holding the Switch in handheld mode is pure pain. Because, like, these things are, like, thin as hell. There's, like, nowhere to grip on them. But also, the way the things are, like, pushed, positioned, they're too close. This thumbstick, for example, it's way too close to the button. Like, the way it is, and it's just uncomfortable to reach around without me sometimes hitting the top of the analog stick as well. Like, I have to, like, grip it in a weird way, and then also just holding it overall. I hate it. I have, like, a special case for my Switch just so I can hold it in handheld mode. And I have to use that specific case, otherwise the entire thing is, like, really uncomfortable to hold. And I won't touch it. Right? And, like, that's just the reality with this stuff. You can, though. I mean, I can put an emulator on my Steam Deck. If I want to put, you know, play NES games, SNES games, N64 games, GameCube games, Wii games, DS games, 3DS games, you know, GBA games, heck, even Nintendo Switch games. There's an emulator for that. You can even install, like, EmuDeck. You just get this thing set up. You can get, like, all the emulators just set up on there in, like, minutes. Within minutes. You can add all stuff in there. All sorts of emulators and stuff in there. All sorts of things. Like, there are emulators you can just grab, put on there, and go play in the stuff there, if I really wanted to. At the same time, though, I don't really feel like playing a lot of those games. Like, the thing is, a lot of the Nintendo games, they don't really have that much replay value in some of them anyways. Like, even, like, the platformer ones, like, if I'm going to go pick up and play, like, a 3D platformer and stuff later on, I get it with, like, Mario Maker, because you can make custom levels. But, like, with how a lot of them are, like, set up, it's like, I'll play through the game once, I'll have a good time, I'll have fun with them, right? Like, and then I'll put them down and never touch them anymore. Unless I feel like replaying the entire game again or something years later. But I won't, like, actively reach for them. Even when I played this stuff on my Switch. Right, in High Ultraplex. But, like, the thing is, back on the DS, the same thing. Like, I had stuff like New Super Mario Bros. And stuff. And stuff like that on the DS. Right? But the thing is, the game I would actually go back to and play when I wanted to play a platformer game constantly on my DS, I would grab either Sonic Rush or the Sonic Classic Collection, which had Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. I would replay those instead again. They had a lot more replayability and incentives for you to, like, go and replay the stages in them. Right? Like, yeah, like Sonic 2 and 3 and stuff like that. You can unlock Super Sonic and, like, replay the things again with Super Sonic and play through the things a different way. But also, like, Sonic 3 especially, every single level, the experience is completely different if you played as Tails. If you played as Knuckles, the entire stage, again, is completely different. So you had, like, it was basically like you're playing a different game with, like, similar aesthetics. But, like, you go beat a Mario game. You play through it the first time. Your experience through that is going to be the same as you playing it, like, the 100th time later. Like, it doesn't really change anything like that. While, yes, the games are good, it's like, you play it once, you move on, you go to the next thing, right? Like, maybe I'll go and, like, get 100% completion, which, in a lot of the Mario games, you can get them easily on your first run through everything, right? So it's like, I don't end up replaying it. Like, the thing is, like, years later, I still find myself, I even, replay through, Sonic Frontiers on my Steam Deck still. Right. Heck, I'm recently, replaying through, because of a mod to fix the issues with the Sonic Colors Ultimate, port for the PC version. I'm replaying through that again and going through it again on my spare time off stream and stuff like that when I'm out. I've been, replaying through that on my Steam Deck. And I've been having fun with that one. Like, when I'm reaching with the thing. Especially because it's, with that game, it's, the stages are short. So it's, I can replay the thing, put it down, and then do something else, and pick it back up. It's a lot easier for me to pick up and play those ones. Right? But like, I don't really feel that way with a lot of Nintendo games. While I do like a lot of them, I think like in terms of, like replaying like a Nintendo platformer, I think the most I had and found replayability in was like the Kirby ones, but only like some of the Kirby ones, not really with Mario. Right? Well, we saw the Snowbreak one. There's a lot of stuff going on. I pinned all the redeem codes for Snowbreak on Discord. So you get a free 5 pulls. They're gonna give a free character selector again in Snowbreak. There's gonna be another free character in Snowbreak as well as just separate from that. And then of course there's a new Chenching and new Yao, right? The new Yao is going to be free. Right. And we just did all our stuff earlier. Because later tonight we're just gonna be playing Arknights tonight. Arknights Endfield tonight. Because the beta for Endfield is tonight. It's in like 12 hours or something. But like after we finish this Nintendo React thing, we're gonna end the stream early. Because I have other stuff I need to do today. And then we have that stuff tonight. That's the plan anyway. New Yao is gonna be like, I think they're giving it away in the, it's like middle of the patch cycle, but you're gonna get new Yao, yeah. She's free. That's the new Joy-Con rail things, yeah. Like that's it, you know. You get to see the Switch too. Honestly, like, I don't really see anything. It's just a bigger Switch. The mouse thing, really? Okay, Mario Kart? Sure. Like, that's cool, I guess. New dog. Yeah, the grip thing. Where's the mouse thing then? We'll play Switch 2 exclusive as well as Nintendo Switch games. So guys, what's that called again? You can get those the flash cart then. There's already a Switch flash cart. I wonder if the Switch flash cart will work on the Switch 2. That'll be funny. If you can use the Switch flash card on the Switch too. Coming April 2nd to talk more about it, of course. Where's the mouse thing? Is it here? Oh, you mean the sensor there? Okay. Yeah, I'd rather just have like a big trackpad instead, honestly. I'd rather have a big trackpad instead. The problem with this, here's the problem with this. The reason why the mouse sensor doesn't make as much sense as you think. Yeah, this thing is portable, right? You're gonna be playing this in your hands, right? Which is great, you know? It's just that you're not always going to have a surface to use the mouse thing on. You're going to need a table or something. Same time, I don't know how well... Like, here's the other thing, too. Here's, like, a thing as well. The bottom surface of this thing is just hard plastic. Imagine you're, like, a parent, okay? You buy the Switch 2 for your child. Right? You have all your furniture and stuff like that, and your kid wants to use the Switch 2 thingy as the mousing surface thing, right? And they want to use your table. Let's say you have a really nice wooden table or a really, really nice glass table. What's gonna happen to your table after a while they're doing this? Because it does not look like they have all like the padding and stuff like that. to kind of like soften the stuff and let it glide across, like you would see at the bottom of a traditional mouse, right? Additionally, it's not like the people using this are gonna have like a mouse pad surface or anything as well, right? They're gonna scratch your fucking table. Or they're playing it on the floor. They're gonna scratch your floors. Right? Like, and especially because this is a targeted towards, like, you know, you're gonna have this, like, towards younger kids and stuff like that. Younger players. They're not gonna really think about this type of stuff. They're just gonna use it. They're going to go destroy and scratch the floors. They're gonna scratch tables and whatever other surfaces to make use of that gimmick. I really don't think that was like the best thing for them to put there. They would have been better off just putting like a big trackpad or something where the analog sticks are, or making the Joy-Cons a bit wider, moving the analog sticks next to the buttons, and then put a big trackpad underneath it. Kind of like you have with the layout on like the Steam Deck or something, if you wanted to have that type of accuracy and precision. Like a large trackpad would do a much better job. Heck, replacing the analog stick with a trackball instead would achieve something similar too, without all those potential issues and problems. Yeah. Getting out the Mario game with the release of Switch 2, maybe Mario Odyssey 2, maybe. Or maybe Animal Crossing, who knows? Right. But like, yeah. Like, I'm just thinking of it from that perspective here. Right? Because, like, yeah, it's a cool feature. Don't get me wrong. It's just that, I don't really see it as being practical with how it's implemented there. Right? Like, especially towards who this thing is targeted towards. It doesn't seem very practical. Don't think a new Zelda game will be for a while. Yeah, probably. No. We've seen leaked specs, but those leaked specs are way too optimistic. And not really gonna be what we get in practice. But yeah. The thing is, though, like, I'm gonna guess they're gonna use DLSS and frame generation to heavily compensate for how Pepega these games will run. That's just gonna be the reality. Right. But yeah, like, the same time, though, if I'm gonna buy a multi-platform game, I'm never gonna buy it from Nintendo. Yeah, new Mario Kart. Well, that's a given. Right? But yeah. Hey, I've seen this one. What do you mean you've seen it? It's brand new. It's just the Switch again. Hey, like, what do you expect, man? This one's got electrolytes, I guess. Yeah, April's the beginning of fiscal. We probably won't see it until end of year, right? They're probably gonna release this holiday 2025. So, like, October, November, probably, is when the Switch 2 releases. That's gonna be my guess. But yeah. And yeah, you can go play your Switch 1 and Switch 2 games. Cool. I wonder how much it's gonna cost, though. The thing is, like I said before, the handheld, like, gaming market is getting extremely competitive now. Especially now when, like, third parties as well, they're releasing their own stuff too. Like, there's so many different companies releasing their own handheld PC stuff. Right? And the thing is, like, the way SteamOS is presented, it's, like, no different than just playing a game on a console for the most part. The only difference is, instead of it playing games on the PlayStation Store, or the Xbox Store, or the Switch eShop, you're playing games that are sold on Steam. And the thing is, by default, the Steam Deck will only show whatever games you can play on the Steam Deck that are compatible. You have to go into the settings to show non-compatible games or non-deck verified games on your Steam store. Unless you already had them in your library. And even then, it will filter them out, well, what's verified between what isn't. Like, just in Steam itself, it will do that. So, like, it's not like it's basically already consoleized. Steam already itself, they already have, like, a fully consoleized experience. You have things, though, like Lenovo, they're gonna release a Legion Go S. Right? Which is a gaming PC handheld right? It runs Steam OS. The entire thing is plug and play. You just log into your Steam account or make a Steam account. You go to the Steam store, which is already what it loads up into by default, immediately. You go get your game, you install it, you play it. You go buy the game there, you install it, you play it like your console. It's already like everything is there, right? And the thing is, everything's on Steam at this point. Your PlayStation games are on Steam too. Your fucking Xbox games are on Steam too. It's just Nintendo exclusives or not, right? Let's say you want to play, you know, the Spider-Man game. Well, that's on Steam. You can go play it. You want to play Ghost of Tsushima on your thing? It's on Steam. You want to go play Pal World? Well, that's on Steam. You're not gonna get that on your Switch too or whatever, right? You can go play that. You want to go play Snowbreak for some reason on there, which is where I do most of my dailies in Snowbreak anyways. I can go do that. I just download it on Steam, right? You can play. You want to play, you know, Apex or whatever. You can go do that, right? You can install the Epic Game Store or whatever if you want. You have to open it in desktop mode, and then you have to just install the Heroic Games Launcher, and then you can add the Epic Game Store and GOG Store that way. But most people are just going to treat it as if it's just only Steam games or whatever and play whatever is directly on Steam. Right, and you have that coming out. Microsoft already announced that they're working on an Xbox version for handhelds, or rather a version of Windows where you have Xbox mode where you just have Xbox mode. Like, that is also a thing that's coming too, because they want companies to also ship handhelds with that. So you're going to have Xbox handhelds as well that can play all your PC games, because it's just running Windows at the end of the day. Like, that is the market that they're also up against. It's not just, you know, replacing the old Switch. Like, now, literally any company can make a handheld and is their competition. And also in China now. They won't have China anymore. Tencent was the distributor and the thing with that was like in charge of handling Nintendo Switch in China. Right? Late last year, they completely ended all support for Nintendo Switch, and they're stopping sales for the Nintendo Switch in China. And which, if you don't know, China is the largest market for games and stuff like that at this point. Then again, when you have like over you have like 1.4 billion people in China or something, makes sense. You have the largest population in the world in that country and everything. So like, it all makes sense, right? Biggest market, every fucking company wants a slice of that pie, right? But like Tencent, they don't want to do that anymore. And they're releasing later this year their own handheld in China. And that handheld that Tencent is releasing also has the ability to do some ray tracing, right? And it has a 3D screen, like the 3DS. You know the 3DS screen where you had the glasses for your 3D? They have an improved version of that screen that is also much bigger in the Tencent handheld. They actually showed it off at CES a week ago. So it's not like people are making this pulling out of their ass or anything. The actual real product exists. And there are people out there who went to a trade show, the largest electronics trade show in the world, and they got hands-on with it. You can find videos of the Tencent handheld just out there, and you can look at it. And that is the market that the Switch 2 is going to be into. Right? You have Tencent with theirs. MSI has one. Zotac has one. Lenovo has one. They're releasing another generation of that. What's called Asus has one. Right? You have GPD. You have Aya. You have AYN that has one. You have 1X Player. Right? You have like so many. There's probably a lot more. Like in China, like every time you fucking sneeze, there's a new gaming PC handheld that releases. Or like that has some sort of like Kickstarter backing campaign thing already going on. Like every single time you fucking sneeze or blink, a new one of those is coming. And a lot of those as well, they're also a lot more readily available as well in Asian markets, but they do sell worldwide. Right? But yeah, some gaming like PlayStation, I mean, it's just another version. It's just another version of the thing. There's nothing wrong with that name. It's very simple and easy to understand. Oh, Switch 2, it's the Switch, but a newer version of that. You know, that's all it is. Right? And it looks like Switch 2 cartridges are just gonna be like same shape and whatever as the regular Switch 1 cartridges. I wonder though if people are gonna like be able to like dump and do whatever with Switch 2 games immediately again. Like we already did with like Switch 1 games. We also have like physical hardware things that we can use to dump them as well. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens with Switch 2. It's gonna be interesting. But yeah, please, people confuse the Wii U as a Wii accessory. I think the 2 won't make... The confusion won't exist with the 2 because there's a 2 at the end. If it was the Wii 2 instead of the Wii U, people wouldn't have confused it with the Wii. If they called it the Wii 2. Here they call it the Switch 2, so there's not gonna be confusion. Right? Because it's a new one. But yeah, this is end of the year, plays Switch 2 games. Same cartridge shape or whatever. Right? Certain Nintendo Switch games may not be supported or fully compatible. What? Some of your Switch games will just not work on the Switch 2, apparently. Why? That makes no sense. Why are some of the Switch games not gonna work on the Switch 2? That makes no sense. That's kind of weird. That is, like, really weird. But, like, again, like, for me, I just don't really care that much. Like, I'll probably get one at some point with the Switch 2. But, like, I'm not really interested in it, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's just nothing in there that, like, I would really be interested in or whatever. Yeah, I can't say the third-party games would work, I guess. Depends. Yeah. More competition, yeah, compatibility is most important. I mean, you get a PC handheld, you get the ultimate compatibility, because then you get everything. But, like, yeah, it's like, hey, the Switch 2, I guess it looks nice, it's cool, but I just don't care too much. Like, I really don't care that much. Right? Like, I just do not care. And yeah, like, again, like, now they're competing against other stuff. They gotta deal with that and everything. You know what's crazy with, like, how packed though the new Snowbreak patch is gonna be? When their fucking version trailer is 15 minutes long. It's just packed. Yeah, you gotta switch during a Black Friday sale 1 or 2 years after release. I got my, like, so the thing is with my Switch, I bought a used one originally, so I could run custom firmware on it and put whatever on there. And then I bought another Switch that I don't have custom firmware on. Like, the second Switch, it's like, if I wanted to do something and play stuff with people on stream, that never ended up happening, right? So, like, the Switch just collects dust or whatever, it just sits there. I have two Nintendo Switches. One is modded with custom firmware and stuff, and the other one is completely vanilla. Or whatever, like, just, yeah. But I haven't touched either of them in forever. And, like, I have no reason to. Because there's nothing I want to do with them. It's just sitting collecting dust. Right? And, like, the thing is, the Switch 2 is, like, it's gonna be the same situation. Nintendo is probably gonna be easier to mod a launch Switch 2. Exactly. And that's also why I want to grab one. So I can just hoard it for when I can mod it later on down the road. Right? There's, like, that aspect to it. Damn, is this the clickbait video? Hard Gold Soul Silver being bad? That seems like really big clickbait, though. But yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, same thing happened with PS4, PS4 Pro, yeah. I mean, people can mod and stuff with PS5s and shit as well. It is what it is. But yeah. You just hope that if you log into your Nintendo account, you can have all your games. I mean, here's the thing with me, honestly. Do not buy digital games on console. Don't. I do not trust Nintendo. I do not trust Microsoft. I do not trust Sony with handling my digital games. They've proven time and time again that they're not to be trusted. And they can and will take stuff away from you if they feel like doing it. They have proven so. And without really having any easy way to back stuff up and do what you want with them, and the level of control that they have over this stuff, I just do not trust them. Like, for me, with these game consoles and stuff, physical only. I do not trust digital from them at all. Personally. I don't care about the extra convenience of having them all just installed in one place like that. It's not worth the risk of having to deal with their bullshit. Especially in the past. I remember before when Nintendo didn't even save the stuff to your account, whatever. And, like, if you reset your device, if or something happened to it, you just lost everything you bought. I remember dealing with that as a long time ago with my 3DS. When I had, like, an issue with my launch model 3DS years ago. And I lost a lot of stuff. But yeah, I do not trust it. Like, I do not trust them. And they have taken stuff away from people that people have bought. And physical less and less now. I know. And then, like, and that's part of the reason why I just don't see the point of me getting these constant stuff. Because, like, if I have to deal with all this garbage and bullshit, I'm not gonna buy your fucking game on a console anymore. I'm just gonna go buy it on PC, whatever. And if I want to play it portably, these PC handhelds, I can walk into a fucking Best Buy and buy Lenovo Legion Go. I can buy an ROG Ally. And the newer models of them, they're going to be priced very, very affordably. And within the same, like, price tier as what Nintendo is probably going to charge for the Switch too. Like, Nintendo probably going to be like $400, $450 US for it. Which in my currency means it's going to be like $600 or something like that. $600, $700. And, like, I can, like, easily buy a Steam Deck for that price. I can buy the OLED model for that price. Like, Lenovo Legion Go, the Go S, I can buy for that price. And I'll have the actual peace of mind with Valve stuff and their customer support. Because Nintendo's customer support and customer service is complete dog shit. Like, if you've ever had to deal with it before, which I had to deal with it a couple times, unfortunately, in the past. And a lot of the issues I had when I had to contact them, they never actually resolved. In the past as well, and, like, how they remember them treating me, I'm very hesitant in dealing with them. Especially with, like, how they wanted to, like, try to weasel the way out of, like, trying to repair stuff like that. Like, here's the thing, right? Imagine you're a child, right? You have, like, you saved up your allowance, whatever. You bought your launch model console. And, like, the thing breaks after, like, a year or whatever. And Nintendo's like, yeah, fuck you. Or, not a year, like, a couple months later. And, like, they won't warranty it. Like, you have to go pay to ship it to them. And then pay for the repair. And the shipping and the repair for them is more expensive than me just walking into my local electronics store and buying a brand new game console. And that's how, like, they treat you. I'm like, yeah, no, fuck that. And then you have them, like, selling these broken-ass defective controllers and shit, too. And, like, the same time, too, right? You go send it in for repair. You're basically out of your device for, like, a month. Right? So you have, like, nothing for, like, a month. Right? There's nothing you have there to deal with or use. Right? And they want you to spend more than it costs to get a new device. So, like, it's effectively completely worthless. And then there's a case as well for them putting the codes in the 3D game cases, too. Yeah, I hate all those practices, man. And, like, it just discourages me from, like, dealing with them even more. Right? The game consoles are no longer the convenient plug-and-play machines that they were. They're no longer convenient. They're actually they're actually more inconvenient than me buying a game off of Steam at this point. The majority of the stuff on consoles these days. Like, the thing is, like, I can fucking buy games and add them to my Steam account from my fucking phone with the Steam app. And I can go play my Steam games on, like, anything. There are also, like, if I wanted to, there are tons of, like, cloud PC services I could rent. I could go, like, let's say I play stuff on GeForce Now. If I buy a game on GeForce Now, I'll also get a Steam code. So I also get to have the game on Steam. So like, if I stop using GeForce Now, I can still play the same game I bought on GeForce Now on Steam, and I'll have it there. So if I bought a device or whatever later on, if I didn't have one, I could play the game there too. I would be able to do stuff like that. Right? Like, I have that extra convenience there as an option. Do I make use of those things? No, but I have that as an option. Right? Like, the consoles themselves have become a lot more inconvenient. It's not like they were, like, 10, 20 years ago where you go to the store, you bought the game, you put the game in your console, and you can play it. Right? And the same thing with, like, the PlayStation, and the Xbox. You buy the game. Even if the game was physically on the disc, you gotta wait, like, an hour or something for the game to install itself onto the game's drive. And then the game will have to install all the updates and everything. So then, like, then you might have to install a console firmware update. And by the time you feel like you have to, by the time you actually get to play the game, if you play the game on console maybe like once every couple months or whenever you get a new game and move on, or if that's how you play games on those types of devices, which is how I do, it's like, oh great, now my entire day is gone. I didn't even get to play the game because I had to go through like hours of clicking through menus to go update stuff and install stuff instead of actually playing the game. It's become completely inconvenient. And when that's just the reality of it, it's like it turns me off even further. Yeah, like I miss it. I missed it when we didn't have to deal with that. But that's the reality now. These things are really inconvenient. Even on the Switch, if it thinks there's like a new firmware update, even if the entire update is completely unimportant, inconsequential, you can ignore it. Nintendo will just annoy you and tell you, nah, install this update, do this, do that. It's really, really annoying. And I hate it. It's like, it makes me want to basically I won't connect it to the internet now. I'll just completely remove my Wi-Fi connectivity on my Switch. Like, I ended up doing this for like the last time I used it, right? And just have the game the thing be entirely offline until I absolutely had to do an update or something. Because it would keep bugging me. And it got really annoyed when, like, a lot of the time those updates, they don't actually do anything of value. They don't add any value. It's just extremely annoying. And they get in the way. Like, you couldn't even do them in the background. At least with the Steam, like, on the Steam Deck, you can do all your updates in the background. The only thing you ever actually have to do when installing an update on the Steam Deck, without it, the thing is, like, it is to restart the machine to apply the updates. But, like, it won't, like, force you to go download the thing or whatever. It does the whole thing in the background. And, like, you just reboot it whenever you feel like it. You can go do that. So it was, like, a lot more convenient, and I could choose not to update. Like, even, like, we also get annoyed with, like, freaking Windows being, like, Microsoft forcing you to, like, install the updates, like, immediately or whatever. And they'll only let you delay it for so long. Right? We get annoyed by that stuff, too. Right? We have to deal with that stuff. Right? But yeah. You know. Like, at some point, it's like, enough is enough. Right? But yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Yeah, and you end up updating a day, and then they want you to wait for... Exactly. Your entire day is gone. It's not convenient anymore. All the convenience and stuff to deal with these consoles is completely gone. Right? It's completely gone. All that stuff died. Like 20 years ago, it feels like. Because, like, it's been slowly, like, with the Xbox 360, PS3, and Wii. They were, like, it's basically become the slow boiling frog until now that's become the entire norm. And it's just annoying and I hate it. It just gets really annoying. Yeah, and they make these huge games for the consoles and they take all this space for one game. Exactly. It's just really annoying. Like, if I'm gonna have to deal with all these problems, man, these are problems I gotta deal with on my computer. Except they're even worse when I'm dealing with them on a console. Right? Like, they're already annoying pain points I already have to deal with normally. Except at least I use my computer to do a bunch of other stuff. Right? And, like, it's actually useful as a tool, and there's so many other things I can do with it. This is just for, like, supposed to be the for fun device you use to play games. Except the for fun device ends up becoming a chore and a hassle to deal with. It's no longer for fun anymore because I'm stuck dealing with all of that. I just don't want to touch it anymore. Yeah, there's no need for Call of Duty to be 200 gigabytes or 300 gigabytes or whatever. There's absolutely no need for it. But it is anyways, right? And that's just the reality. Nothing's gonna change that. And I don't want to deal with it anymore. Right? It's like, it's part of why as well I just don't like getting anything on console. Outside of the controllers are dog shit on them, all of them. The only time like I'll actually like the controller now, like it used to be in the early days, the third party controller was the controller that you would give to your younger brother or your other younger sibling or like the friend who's over to play games with you. Not the controller you use and use the nice first party controller. Nowadays, when I play a game on a console, whatever, no, that first party garbage controller is what I give to the person I do not like, or I don't like as much, or whatever. That's a guest because I want to use my much nicer third party controller that has like extra buttons, macro capabilities, doesn't have garbage sticks that will drift, right? Like doesn't have all those issues and is also a lot more ergonomic too. Like, I want to use the third-party controller. Fuck these first-party controllers. They're all dog shit and awful. But they come included. I want to use the third-party controller now, right? And often at times, those third-party controllers are also cheaper than buying a brand new first-party controller, while also being significantly worse. Like, that is just the reality. They learned from Apple, yeah. In a sense, they kinda did, yeah. And not the good stuff to learn from them, but only the bad. Right? Like, there's some good with Apple. Like, the reality is, like, the actual chips, the Apple Silicon chips they put in their iPhones, their iPads, and now their Macs and stuff, they're amazing. They're great. They're really good chips. But I fucking hate iOS. And I hate macOS. With how that they do even like the most basic and simple things. Like if I could, like here's the thing, right? If I could buy an iPhone and not use iOS on it, I would buy an iPhone in a heartbeat and just use the iPhone as my daily phone, just not with iOS. If I could run like my own custom launcher and custom thing from Android on an iPhone, I would buy an iPhone to do that. And I would use that as my daily phone. Like, at one point, I'm probably going to buy an iPhone for better facial tracking for my model. But when I do that, I'm just gonna look at buying, like, an old used iPhone 10 for cheap. Because I'm just gonna have it sit at my desk to only be a tracking thing. Like, a facial tracking thing. Because I don't want to use iOS. I hate how the UI is. And how some of the stuff is set up on iOS, like, functionally. I hate some of the stock Android stuff as well that's in there. Often at times, like, there are people who will just download on the App Store. I'll pay like $5 to get a better launcher on my phone that doesn't have all the bloat and all their bullshit that some of these launchers have on their phone. And I've been doing that on my Android phones for years. I don't use the one that comes installed, I use a different launcher. And I've been doing that for a long ass time. Right? But at least I have the option to do that. I can't do that on an iPhone. iPhone, why an iPhone? Yeah, like, the reason, it's not iPhone 5, it's an iPhone 10. It's an iPhone 10 or newer, right? The iPhone X or newer. Because of the Face ID tracking sensors, it's really, really good for, like, tracking various features on your face. It is, like, absolutely incredible, like, how good it is. And yeah, a lot of people use that for facial tracking. It's a lot better than my cheap-ass webcam that I use. It is. But also, I don't have that many animations and stuff in there, but yeah. I will at some point, I just haven't figured out exactly what I want to do with it. Technically, this model is my 2.0. My 1.0 model is completely different, remember? But yeah, use Meowface for Android. Fair enough, right? You use whatever you want there. At least you have the choice. I don't have that choice on iOS. At the same time, too, with the file system on iOS, it's awful. It's absolutely atrocious, and I hate it. Like I've used it on devices and stuff like that, and help people do stuff on their thing before. Because of how much of an IT nerd I am, like sometimes neighbors, friends, family, whatever, they'll ask me to do a bunch of shit or help me to do stuff for them. Sometimes they'll even pay me to do stuff for them like that. Like they'll actually pay me to do shit. Which is like, you know what? Cool, free money, sure. Well, not really free because I spent my time to deal with it. But like, it's just the way Apple designs stuff on macOS and iOS, it's just an annoying ass chore to deal with the UI there. Right? And like, I actually find it more annoying and more tedious to deal with than Windows. And like, Windows already has made me hate so many various different aspects of it. Of what they've done with modern Windows compared to stuff like Windows 10. Right? And like, just iOS, I just find it a lot worse. Like, I would daily drive Linux if I could. Like, if I could and all my shit worked on Linux, I would daily drive Linux. But they don't. So I don't use Linux. I'm stuck using Windows 11 right now. Right? Because it's the only thing with all the compatibility of the shit I need to use. But yeah. I know, exactly. I have to debloat Windows, and I'd still rather use that, despite how awful it is. There is a way, though, to install Windows 11 and have it debloated already. So when installing Windows 11, make sure you set your region to world. If you set your region to the world region for Windows 11, because of licensing and stuff like that, all the stuff that you would have to debloat from Windows just does not exist. But like, you have to go through hoops to install Windows 11 World. Windows 11 World. When you're installing Windows 11, the easy method, it does not install any of the bloat. You have to set your region to World, though. Same time, though, it disables things like the Xbox app, Xbox Game Bar. That completely does not work if you have it set up as World. The Microsoft App Store also does not work. And because that doesn't work, you also cannot get the ads and shit too to install apps. It just will not put that in there because it doesn't do that. And the reason why that exists is partly because of like the EU and South Korea for some reason. The combination of that like had them do that. But yeah, like you can use that to debloat Windows. Like it's like it's like a little life hack you can do. The international one, or whatever. You can do that in the installer for Windows. But like, yeah, you have to select World as the format. There are guides to do it, but like, yeah, when you're in this part, time and currency format, you have to select World. The Enterprise version as well is also the same thing, right? Because the Enterprise one, it's its own other thing. You also have to do other shit too, because it's gonna give you all these errors and stuff like that. And like, you're gonna want to try to go out of your way to not do the other things, but yeah. But like, yeah. Windows Store and stuff does not work. You'll have to like change the stuff after the fact, or just leave it as not working. But yeah. You don't even need to use a bulk uninstaller and stuff, and this is how you get a clean version of Windows. Like, this is literally all it installs. All you have on Windows 11, if you install it as World Region, is Edge, File Explorer, the calculator, and settings. Everything else is just not there. That is how you have it as clean as possible. Right? You have it completely clean. But most people don't know this, or won't do this. Right? And this is like from like the early part of the installer. You have to set it to a thing. Mr. Beast, Elon, a bunch of people want to buy TikTok or whatever. I don't really care. I don't use TikTok. I have a TikTok account, but it's like dead. I just can't be bothered to like deal with this stuff on TikTok. But yeah. Right, but like, yeah, you can like debloat Windows pretty easily that way. People move to Red Note, and then Red Note's gonna get the same thing again. You move from one Chinese platform to go to another one that does the exact same thing. Nice job. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know about the unintended winstall. That's because like if you're installing this stuff en masse in like an organization, you would use something like this. Yeah, I used something similar to this, like a tool like this when I was in high school, because like I volunteered as part of how I got the community service hours, doing stuff at school, amongst other things. Like I was like on like certain days of the week, I remember when I was in like 9th and 10th grade, I was like tutoring people in math. Yeah, that's like how I got some of my hours and stuff like that. And I did other stuff as well for having stuff set up for like the tech stuff in school. But yeah, I know I've dealt with stuff like this already before. I've used tools like this before. I haven't used one like in a long time. But like yeah, unintended stuff like this. You know, there's a version of this stuff where like it will go through the entire Windows setup process and stuff like that. Yeah, I know about these. There's so many different kinds of these, but yeah. I haven't dealt with this in forever because I don't reinstall an operating system that often. But like, yeah. Yeah, I know about this stuff. But yeah. You can debloat Windows that way. But you can also just debloat it the other way too when doing a fresh install. But yeah, you go through VMs like candy. Yeah, I'm not like yeah, if you go through VMs like that like candy, it's no surprise, right? When you start doing like a bunch of stuff crazy with VMs, you're gonna have to constantly reinstall this stuff. Honestly, for me, when I have to do that for like classes and stuff in school, what I would do instead is I just had a completely clean slate of a VM. I would make a backup of the VM that's completely clean, and instead of just redoing that, I would just make a clone of the completely clean VM and use that clone instead. So I had like a completely clean, fresh install with all the stuff gone, and I would just make a copy of that VM. I would like back up the entire the VM image of the stuff in there to be the state it was without anything on it, and I would just use that. And it would just repeat that over and over again every time I needed a new VM. That's what I would do instead. Instead of like reinstalling, because it like even then I'm like I have to wait for it. Like you instead set up the script and stuff like that. That's the best practice. But you're a glutton for punishment. Yeah, I prefer the best practice because like I'm lazier. The thing is, I'm also lazy sometimes, and like, hey, I already finished it the first time. Why do it again when I can completely skip the step? I don't care if I can make a script do the step for me when I can just restore a state where it's already completed for me. So I just preferred that method. I would just keep a backup that way. So I would never actually use that type of tool. Because I didn't have to. But that's just me personally. Right? I would like set things up so I would never have to deal with it. But of course, most people probably don't think about doing that. It is what it is. But yeah. Same time though, this is I think this is where we end off now. Yeah, it's hard to make an undetected VM for testing. That's fair. I guess it depends on what you're doing in the VM. For me, a lot of the time, it's mostly for compatibility stuff. Or for like some of the testing that doesn't matter if I do it with or without a VM. But yeah, there's a lot of tools to transfer clone. Yes, there is. There are tons of tools. Heck, I don't know if they still do this, right? But if you ever bought like Samsung SSDs, you buy a Samsung SSD. Samsung comes they come with a code or whatever in the SSD box to install their software to do a cloning for you. Crucial with their drives as well that I bought in the past, they also come with tools to do that too. There's like they give you a free tool to do it. Mini tool partition managers, a lot of the SSD manufacturers, when you buy a drive, they'll advertise or give you a free demo of a tool to do just that for you. I've seen it as well, like when I bought like the first ever SSD I bought for myself like 15 years ago, I think at this point. That I remember like I begged my parents to buy it for me when I was like at the store or whatever because I wanted an SSD for my computer because I needed more storage. And it was like SSD way faster than hard drive. This was like a 120 gigabyte Kingston SSD. Like at the time it was like $100 for 120 gigabytes. I had to like trick them into thinking I needed it for school or something. And it'd be like, it's so I can just store a bunch of files and stuff. Because the SSD also came bundled with like this caddy thing. I was still in elementary school at that time. But anyways, I did get the SSD and I used it. Right? The SSD still works to this day and it's repurposed as a different drive in another machine. But yeah, it came with a tool to clone your drive. Right? And part of why they had the USB caddy thing that you could put it in was so to make it easier for people who wanted to clone their drive before they put it in their computer, because you could plug it in. You're probably, I don't know, maybe you're like 40% older than me. Right? You're probably a decent amount older, I don't know. Like, I'm barely hitting my mid-20s, you know? I'm a lot younger then. But there you go. Right? But yeah. Yeah, you're a decent amount older than me. You're quite a bit older than me. You're more than 50% older than me then. Nice. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. That's kind of like everything there, right? We wanted to go over. We did our reacts. We got to see the Snowbreak stuff. I did all my Gacha slaving in the other games. Right. And we have Arknight's Endfield tonight. This whole time as well, Infinity Nikki's has been doing the AFK macro farm for my blings. So I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, this is where we're gonna end for now, though. Right? Because we kind of finished up everything. Right, we have like nothing else we need to get done. So we're just gonna end the stuff here for now. I'll see you guys tonight though in like 12 hours. I gotta do laundry and stuff. I'll go rest or whatever, do stuff and yeah. Past friends and allegations. We'll go look at those another day, maybe on the weekend. If you want to compile a list of stuff, we can do a longer react session on like Saturday or something. If you want. Right, but tonight we're gonna be playing Arknight's Endfield because I did get into the beta. So we're gonna be dealing with stuff there. Alright, I'll look at the stuff in the DMs later then. But yeah, I'll see you guys again next time though. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I gotta get some, like, my IRL dailies done. Well, rather dailies is more like weeklies. Gotta do laundry and a bunch of other shit so I don't have to deal with it later. But yeah. I'll see you guys again next time though. Alright then though. See you guys. See ya.